by light. It's not The Weekend. It's uh, it's uh, it's this. So, uh, basically, if you guys know the if you guys know the
But you're here. Welcome, welcome. Hopefully my audio works this time, cause last time it wasn't that pretty. Uh, Went through a whole hour playing Mario Kart World with my audio off, and I didn't even know it was until someone suggested it. So that was a bit embarrassing on my end. Glad to know that it's working now, though. We're gonna finish up on the base game of Toho Mon, so that's gonna be nice. I only have the last gym leader and the last rival fight before the Elite Four, so that's gonna be fun. I'm hoping we can get it done by today. If not, then I will finish it up next stream and then start up Super Mario Eclipse as the main thing, so that's gonna be awesome. Can't wait for it, cause that's another one I've been looking to replay, so it's gonna be nice to do so during stream. Alright, let's get started. Where am I? Oh, okay. I have my team assembled, so before I head straight to the gym. There's a few more trainers I've withheld on fighting just so I can get a couple of specific little guys up in level, so let's go ahead and do that. We should evolve this one to, I believe it's time for that. No! Why you gotta bother me now, cat? She's laying on my legs, so now I can't move. Well, anyways. Everyone's ready. Let's do it. We can take this off because she doesn't really need it. No, I don't want you to evolve. I want you to stay cute and tiny forever. No, don't do this to me. I need a rock. Where can I find a rock when I need it, man? Alright, so... to get to... the Sevi Islands, which is where I've left off from as far as skipping past trainers goes. You can just head over to, I believe, Vermilion City, I think that's what it's called. So let's go ahead and do that. Yeah. When I was playing through the first playthrough of this mod, the Sevi Islands was basically the place I would go to grind up levels for the Elite Four, because in my initial time trying to fight them, it did not go as well as I wanted it to. So, I had to readjust my ideas and see what I'm supposed to do, and I found that just training over here helps, so I went into that. Depending on how it goes this time, I may or may not have to do a grind section, but it shouldn't be that long even if I commit to it. Sevi Islands has access to various types of Bonacas that are available to the... They're available in Safari Zone if you don't get them here, so... Never change, Dabo. Level 40 should be relatively fine for these two. Depends. That's the best thing I've heard today, thank you. You're welcome! Somehow you survived that, and I'm kind of surprised. it was always interesting to me how Rock Smash was an HM you needed from the Ruby, Sapphire, and Emerald. And I guess because this game is built off of that engine, they basically just ported Rock Smash as an HM over to this game too. But because Rock Smash wasn't used for Red, Blue, Yellow at the time, they basically just, They basically put it in the Sevi Islands and made it an optional thing you can use, which is pretty neato, I suppose. Here's something. I'm old enough to remember when this thing was being discussed online about how the interconnectivity of the Sevi Islands and Kanto's region, whether or not it's actually consistent with the rest of the series or not, because people wanted to... This was a time when people wanted to try and interconnect every single generation of games together, so... In what place was Hoenn located? Well, people had some speculative ideas that the Sevi Islands more or less connects it to Hoenn, but I don't have a hard confirmation of whether that was the case or not back then. I did some big boy stuff today in his call. My mom would have checked in and tell her I'll be hanging. Oh, okay then. Still stick around. Appreciate it. Hope your mother does well. As should everyone. You're very welcome. There is an item over here, I believe. Yeah. I figured that was gonna happen. You gotta be so annoying, cat. You gotta choose now of all times too. It just stinks, man. Wait, do you have a blazer on? Probably not. I'm gonna have to give you that at some point. Not sure if I picked up that item at... I'm trying to think of where I would have picked one up. It's not coming to me right now. Let's go heal up, because I'm gonna have to. This is also where you get the gem. It's over here. I don't think it has any changes. We'll see really quick. Yeah, it does. A base power of 50 and PP of 20. No one here can learn it though, so that sucks. Not that I don't think you need it right now, but it was worth checking. Oh, leave me alone, cat! Ah! We need to get you that item up, because I could go for a bit of cash. sometimes I'm so lazy to use items, I'll just run in here just to heal up for free. To be fair, it is a working strat, so like... I don't know why it wouldn't. Pursuit is a move of all time that I could teach it. Let me see. Nah. I think that's enough for her. I'll switch over to Yorihime and get her some much needed experience. I don't think there's anything else I can teach her as far as moves are concerned. Might have checked this last time, but I'll check again just to make sure. I mean, I could do Fire Blast, but like, it's Fire Blast. The 80 accuracy would find a way to screw me over, I just know it. Man, I'm almost out of lemonade. That sucks. Alright. balls do I have? I think that could work. I need strength to actually get through that. Music's a banger as always. And no one can learn. Alright, I guess we're done with this place. I would fly back, but I don't actually have someone that knows fly, so... Oops. I don't think there are any other trainers to fight in Islands 1 through 3, so we're gonna have to just move on to the route below Palatown, and then we'll actually deal with Giovanni's gym. My Bonicas aren't exactly optimal enough, at least the ones that I was expected to train. They're not optimal enough for it, but they should get to that point soon enough, perhaps. I believe it's all that's said, though. Let's go to 2 Island. Now I want to check something. Yes. This is the guy who you would go to learn moves. I believe he has an interesting quirk in that he will teach not only the moves you would learn prior to your level, but you would also learn the moves that you learn after your level. So you could just teach your Bonicas every single good move on the outset, the moment they hatch from an egg, rather than having to train them to that point, which is nice. It's so weird that S. Yorihime is, I believe, special oriented, even though a lot of the moves it learns are very physical heavy, which I'm not entirely sure why that is the case. Let me check his stats actually, because I wanna see if it actually is leaning towards it, because I believe that was what my initial idea for it was. Yeah, it is. So it's kind of weird that it learns a bunch of physical moves just by not being able to utilize it. Alright, let's take a look at Critter, see what I can teach her. Substitute could be a nice catch-all effect for certain moves, but I'm not sure how often it would get utilized. yeah, I should point out, Dream Eater is actually now a move that... Oh, hang on, someone's messaging me. Who is it? Who is it? Who art thou? Who is the messaging to me? Okay. I'll check on the message when I have time, cause it is from someone that I do like, so I'll check their thing when I get to it. But Dream Eater I believe Dream Eater can be used without needing the opponent to be asleep. I have to confirm it for myself, but in any case, I believe it got rearranged to be a dark type move rather than a reason type, because I guess because I'm guessing in the context of Touhou, this would just make more sense than for it to be something based on reasoning. I don't think any of these would be stuff that you could use that well, so I'm gonna pass on it. Hyper Beam. They changed Hyper Beam, so instead of it being a 2-turn move where the first one lands but the second one has to recharge, it now behaves like the Thunder Blizzard Fire Blast equivalent, where it now just does the powerful 120 damage and has 80 accuracy. Even has the perk of lowering special defense should that opponent survive the hit, so that's pretty nice. Heat Wave would be nice because I don't have a proper fire move that isn't Fire Blast to give her, so I could go for that. Or I could just wait off until I get money for Flamethrower. Let me check the other guys. No. Yeah. Alright, I think I know what answer is apparent now. So let's go ahead and just teach your Heat Wave to just have a fire move ready on hand. Nah, Solar Beam is too risky to have. If you want more UFOs, you can go over to Route 1 and have someone with Thief and then just run up and down and grind off of rats. They have a 50% chance to hold a green UFO, and you only need 2 to relearn a move, so it's not that difficult to attain a bunch and then just do that instead of having to wait up on leveling instead. I wouldn't exactly say the team is optimized and outfitted for combat, but it's still nice that we have something to work with. Let's go ahead and grab our cutter for that little thing outside. Also, Tui doesn't have a lucky egg, and that kind of sucks, but a 3% chance, I believe, so it's not like I'm gonna cry over it. Let's move one of you over there, 'cause why not? It's just a revive, okay. That's nice to have, I suppose. Right, let's head on over to Cinnabar. I'm gonna need a flyer to make this easier. Do you actually have different items? Kind of. Not really what I would use, but I believe this guy gets better items when you beat the Elite Four, though, so look forward to that. We're heading back. Alright. Waters have more trainers, so let's go ahead and take care of all of them. You do have to sail the long way around just to get to them, but it is worth it. So let's go ahead and do it. Actually, I don't think I would really need Quagmire yet, so we'll leave her in the box for now, and let's just go and acquire the remaining experience we could get. But first, we gotta pick this guy up. No. Gonna take a quick peek at our new pal. Let's check. There you are. Reason Faith, that's alright, I guess. Pretty good IVs. Actually, that Surdian speed is pretty nice. Very nice. Side wave. I'm curious. Yeah, it's still side wave. No matter how much you slice it, it's still side wave. Oh, not my speed. Why you gotta do this to me? So far, everything is going smoothly. About as smooth as it's ever gonna get. About as smooth as it'll ever be, though. There goes my drift. Like that. Let's see how it is. Hour soon? That's crazy. But I will say I'm making a decent progress on this, so if I don't fight the Elite Four, I'm probably gonna get to the gate and then just leave it there. We'll see. Online. No. That's it. That's every trainer. I never got the map, so I might as well grab it. So. Oh, she doesn't give me the map. That's good to know. Oh, I already got it? Yeah, I do. Oops. Whatever. What's up, mother? Let's go raid Giovanni's place, why don't we? I might have to sort my team so I can actually get someone that knows strength for the sake of going through Victory Road. Item. Let's go grab it. That will be very useful. Let's give it to Quagmire. I believe I still have the Blazer inside the PC, so let's see if we can look for that too. Yeah. Let's go ahead and deposit some stuff. I don't think we really need the XP share anymore. Put this away. Rock in there, the shards, proteins. Yeah, that should be it. It's correct about one thing. The Bonicas here have varieties, so we're gonna have to be careful about this. Let's go ahead and save. It's been a while. No, not my attack. What will I ever do without it? That should be fine. Yeah. You survived that. I'm impressed. Alright then, I see how it is. One revive I had picked up can finally be put to use. Your Amy's got a steep climb due to only having 2 moves, but it should be fine, question mark. I will try it. I think she's weak to dream attacks, so it'll be a good way to surmise it. At least I think Steel is weak, so yeah. Oh, now I can't leave. Oh, I'm committed to this, so I have to actually. There we go. Oh good, my cat moved, so now I can sit down comfortably. There we go. That should be better. Alright, it's been over an hour, so I guess we'll keep at it. We got the long walk ahead of us, after all. Tenshi? Huh. Oh, and I got drift, okay. This one could hurt. Oh, We'll, switch over to Lucky. I could have set up right there, but I didn't. My bad. Is it just Tenchi's? Nope, there is variety after all. She actually paralyzed me. Alright. Super potion in this point in the game. Idiot. Ah, my ears. That is never a good sound. Love how these guys can't really do much in their current conditions. It's awesome. For him, he's slowly getting levels, but she's getting there. I believe in her. This one could do some damage. Theoretically could. There's the grown version. Rain no Dansu. Nah, I'm good. Ironically, this stream is not really the best for Yorihime. A shame, but she will get her due diligence soon enough. I don't even know what I'm saying anymore. Already established that you can't two-shot them with the current calm mines on you, so we're gonna have to improvise a bit. You're a steel type, so Marissa should be able to. Marissa should do it. Truly talented wins with style. Yeah, but then you'd be all style and no substance. What does that tell you? I will try it. I don't think I'm gonna be able to level up if I switch out anyways. I don't think this move will one-shot. We'll see. I underestimate you. This one won't, and she will hurt. That's fine, I'll get my HP back. Ooh. Ah! Always with the parahaxes. See, this one uses a hyper potion, so they're stepping up their game. don't think she's able to do that much. Sucks to be ground or earth types. In some ways, I'm proud of my team. In other ways, I think they could do better. Curse is the move of all time for her. And it's just little Yamame. Let's go ahead and heal up. Here we go. I'm making the same mistake twice. I say this knowing that Critter could very well get OKO'd if I'm not careful. Oh, good. My favorite stuff. Let me see here. There we go. No robots in my, chat. Got him. I think for Giovanni, I'm gonna lead off with Quagmire because I believe he starts off with a Suika. And then we can just work our way from there. Half my team can pretty much deal with whatever Earth types he has, so it shouldn't be that problematic, maybe. Yeah, okay. Let's go ahead and take care of him. And then we've got a date with Gary. And then the Elite Four. Let's do it! Oh! Forgot that you have to actually go this way if you're revisiting. Alright, let's switch out for Quagmire. I was right. Suika could be annoying because he has, they have access to double team, so he will go that route if I let it continue. Thankfully, they are Earth Fire, so this will one-shot them no matter what. I think Tenchi has a grass move. If not, then something relatively dangerous, I guess. That would be dangerous. Oh no. We could possibly see a Quagmire sweep, but we're gonna have to see soon enough if that's the case. Yugi and Suika are kind of one and the same in terms of their utility, so it shouldn't be that bad. Yugi might be bulkier than Tenchi though. Depends on how you want to look at it. We already knew he had Remy because of his prior encounters. And she could be the exception to the rule in terms of how the fight could go if we let her stick around. So I don't want him to let that be the case. Especially since Tailwind is the thing that could make or break the game. If he doesn't one-shot me here, then this will do it. Go for a Surf, because I feel like he's gonna heal up, yeah. I couldn't Siri stall out Remy until she gets KO'd by her own sandstorms, but we'll see how that plays out. I'm honestly kind of impressed that Decision does as much as it does because of the fact that it's a relatively weak move compared to what I could give her later on. And she lives with the defense buffs. Yeah! Contrary to popular belief, Kaini might not be. Yeah, she's not an Earth type. She's something else, I believe. So, I mean, Kaini could be an Earth type, just not like. I think this version isn't. Luster Purge is a reason attack, so we're gonna switch over to Critter to have her finish the job. No, I think she's Earth. She might be Earth reason, that's probably it. Thunderwave is a pain in the ass, but if Critter pulls through, then we win this. If not, then someone else will just win it for her. Whatever. It kind of says something about Giovanni's team when he doesn't really have something to deal with Toyohime and her redonkulous defenses and near perfect resistances. Sonic Boom is supposed to deal with Critter if she was a... No, it deals with other particular annoyances, but not this one. I was hoping I would switch over to Lucky to get more money out of that, but I didn't, so it is what it is. Oh wait, no. Kaine deals with Lucky in this case because she's part reason, so she actually can hit. She can hit her pretty hard with a move. I have to talk to him. He'll leave, but there will be something significant with him later on. But we'll get to that when we get to it. But now we have the Elite Four to rush to. But we gotta deal with Mr. Gary first. I would switch over to my usual intermissions, but I think we could fight Gary. That and it's kind of awkward to watch an intermission and not have, like, people there to converse with, you know? It is what it is, but I won't complain. Yeah, let's go ahead and get ready for this fight. As of now, Gary will always lead off with... I forget her name, but she's a reason type, so... Critter and Siri would be able to deal with it. The problem is that if I don't end up two-shotting her at least, she could set up for something pretty dangerous and can be a problem for certain Bonecas that aren't that fast. So that's notwithstanding like the other Bonecas he has that are just in reserve waiting to curb stomp me. We'll see how it all plays out. If I'm lucky, Marissa can do a Marissa sweep, but we're gonna see if that's the case, because we are kind of a bit under-leveled compared to what we would normally be. I could just power level everyone up to level, like, 50 if I wanted to, but I'm gonna at least do the Gary fight and then the Victory Road matchup before we get to that point, because it's gonna be a bit of a ordeal trying to speed through all that. Yeah, let's do it. This will be the last time we'll get to hear this, so get comfortable. That said, his champion music is very nice. Very nice. He's gonna heal Goliath. But if Goliath hits herself, then we're good. Nah, Braver is a tough move to deal with. Wait, what? I got a message from stream, even though, like... Huh. Must be a bot or something. If that's the case, then, like... no one showed up for it. Alright, so Critter's out of the equation, so that means we're gonna have to rely on other possible Bonecas to pick up the slack. I don't know if Gary is actually gonna heal her or not. If he does, then I could do a setup with Marissa and just curb stomp most of the team. If he doesn't use, if he doesn't heal, he gets a free hit in, and Marissa could possibly get KO'd. Decisions. I could send Rixie in, but I don't know if she's actually faster than Goliath. I think they're both relatively slow, but Goliath could be just a little bit faster. I don't think Rixie will have that much utility in this fight because of the circumstances, but send her in anyways, because I need, like, something to do. Find out if he heals. No. But Rixie is faster, though, so that much is confirmed. What do we got next? Gasa is faster, which means that she's gonna do an attack that could one-shot Rixie if Shadow Ball doesn't immediately take care of the equation. I say that knowing that Shadow Ball was indeed disabled. I don't want her to get wasted this early, but at the same time, I don't really have a lot of options for Kogasa with my current setup. We'll just see what we can do. I might have to play this situation differently once we get to his champion fight, because it's gonna be more or less the same once we do that. At least we know that Rixie will survive should we grind her up to the point where she can deal with his team consistently. This should be a 3-hitter. Because of Giga Drain, otherwise it would be like something else. I could have used Blizzard for extra damage, but I figured something like that would happen anyways. Alright, so depending on the circumstances, Marissa should be able to possibly sweep the team. If not, then we're just gonna have to hope that our other guys can do it. I'm a bit afraid to send Yorihime out there because of the fact that she's far too under level to deal with the problems that are gonna be here, so I'll have to wait off until a moment where I could bring her in. I believe Ogasa has ice moves, so she's not going to do much even if she didn't want to use the ghost type move. She could para-hacks me, but I think a being wind type should be fine. Water Pulse isn't that bad. But that is. So that's gonna suck if I don't get the hit in. Yeah. I think this run may or may not be it, because I still have to deal with everybody else in the reserve. But we'll see what happens. You might be faster than me. By just a bit, but that is still significant. Nope. Apparently not. I use a Reimu in my initial setup, and I am decently confident that Marissa's gonna outspeed, because Reimu is more like a powerhouse than something like a speedy unit. Also, it kind of sucks that Marissa just has the type advantage over Reimu, because like, it's just kind of funny to think about. Raw Attack is a art type. We'll get rid of Mana Burst. He's gonna bite me in the ass later, but I'll teach her it. It's lore consistent, I guess. Tui could outspeed. She's fast. That much is certain. But then again, I said that twice already, and yeah. If I had Flamethrower instead of Heat Wave, I would at least be a bit more comfortable knowing that my moves will land. There's always that 10% possibility it won't with Heat Wave, and that's gonna suck. I think that even if I were to not KO Samae in one hit, everyone else can deal with her just fine. She doesn't have anything particularly threatening, outside of maybe a grass move for Quagmire. I'm glad Marissa was once again able to carry the team. It was the greatest decision for me to just choose her. See ya, man. Okay, so Elite Four time! We got to get a Strength User, though. We're gonna go ahead and put, we're gonna put Marissa in the reserve since she already has done what she needs to do. Everyone else needs to gain levels, so we're just gonna take care of that. Depending on how I feel, I could power grind to level 50 or something or other, maybe 52. And then just see how well we do with our current setup, because I'm pretty sure 50 to 52 is about the average we're going to be able to have for these guys. The highest level any person in the Elite Four could probably have with his team is 55, so it shouldn't be that bad in theory. Let's go ahead and grab our Strength User. Somewhere around here. It's probably Mullane. Yeah. At the very least, that fight with Gary will more or less play out the same way when we do the actual champion fight. So, I'm pretty confident in knowing that I'll be able to take care of it. How much money do I have? 71,000. I need 10,000 for 500, and 500 times a certain amount will get me 5,000, maybe like 10. So, no wait, I think I might got my math wrong. So 500 times 10. Yeah. I'm gonna need 100k to at least buy one of the TMs to get off of the game corner. And I'm thinking of getting Flamethrower because 2 of the Bonicas are gonna be absolutely necessary. You might notice the layout of the gate here, it's kind of interesting. We're just gonna ignore it for now, but it will be relevant later. By later, I mean way into the future, because I don't want to deal with that right now. Man, I wonder what this music is. Totally isn't like the music that everyone knows about. Probably. At least one of them. I always did like that the surf music doesn't play in this area. It's a nice detail, I like it. We're actually doing pretty good on time, so we are definitely going to be able to beat the Elite Four at this rate. Even if I were to speed grind everything. And if I have enough time, I could probably throw in some bit of Mario Eclipse in the end. Get hyped up for the next one. Or I could play something else. Well, we'll see how that goes. I don't think there are any items here to get, even if I were to check them all, so you can go ahead and just walk straight into Victory Road. Earth Badge! Let's do it! Ah! Oh man, I'm so stupid sometimes. Enough of all y'all standing around and such, so we gotta press that there button. My cat is laying next to the power cords, and I'm kind of concerned because if it turns off, if my stream turns off at any point, I'm gonna be sad. You could just knock it over, and then like everything will turn off. And if that happens, I'm gonna have to redo the stream. Let's go ahead and do the strength. At the very least, not much progress would have been lost from the stream, so I could just go ahead and post it back up without worry. Push! 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 There we go. I'll probably just pop up some repels to make this a bit faster. I don't think there's any specific bonus because you can only catch in Victory Road at this point. So we can just go ahead and do this. I say this, but like, there are still high level guys here, so like, it's not, it's not like it'll help that much, but it's something. Then again, Yorihime is at level 40, so that's kind of my fault for that. You'll be with everyone else soon enough, though. That much is certain. We got some remaining mooks to deal with. Let me grab something really quick. Chen. I really wish I had that flamethrower. It would have been very nice to have. I kind of figured these types work on Dave. So, guess that's gonna be a trip back to the Pokemon Center. It's gonna be a trip back to the Pokemon Center. We're gonna switch in Lucky. This will fill up a lot of the dex entries though, so that's gonna be nice. Let's get a good drain for some health back. Oh, that is not good. But then again, she's kind of close to being defeated anyway, so it's not like it really does much for me in the end. Arcee has a specific weakness, and I don't remember what it is. Might be Faith, actually. That's gonna be annoying. Gale? What does Gale do again? I don't think Critter really does much that Gale would be beneficial. At least damage-wise. That and she's already kind of fast, so... The only time she would ever really utilize something like that would be if somehow the opponent is faster than her. I don't know if Signal Beam is now open or not. No, okay. The nice thing about Advent is that it prevents things like that from taking effect. What was that? I hope it was nothing. Ow. It had to be a crit. Oh, I just realized my last one is Quagmire, so if this does not actually work, then well, I'm kind of screwed. Thank goodness it did. That fight could have gone a lot better than it did. Let's go ahead and get out of here so I can heal up. Don't know if I can actually fly out of this thing. Not that I can, because I don't even have a person that could fly. I know that I could just buy revives, but I don't want to waste that money. I don't want to waste money on that because I'm saving up for the TMs. These days, you were hit me will actually for use. Just not right now. Actually, let me just give her a different move. Something she can actually do something with. I consider Thunderbolt or Flamethrower. Flamethrower might be necessary because of possible beast types being annoying. So we'll just do Fire Blast for now. Mr. Beast Types! What's up, PK? How you been? I actually fought Giovanni and Gary earlier, so now I'm just struggling through Victory Road. Had to come back down here because my team almost got wiped by a one trainer, so that was fun. Yeah, I don't know if you were here last time or not, but this is where my current team setup is. What's up? Not much with me, just kind of got slammed with work earlier. How about you? You know what the feeling, man. Today was busy. Surprisingly busy for a summer. Like, we got an influx of boxes that came in, and we didn't have that many people on hand to deal with a lot of them, so I was kind of dragged around left and right to deal with stuff, and one of my co-partners, she had to leave early, so I had to fill in for her place. And, so it was basically just me moving most of the boxes around, but thankfully I had my managers come in to help out in the end, so it wasn't that terrible, but it was still a bit of a busier thing than usual. Not enough to put me tired or anything, but it was just a thing and a half. Back to school type of stuff. Probably, like, I think, most of it was items that people were restocking on for the upcoming fall's opportunities, so it might just be things that they're probably thinking of selling. You work at a warehouse? Yeah, I do. I work at a FedEx location that's by my living area, so I could just drive down there, do what I need to do, then drive back without problem. They pay good money weekly, and I have no real issues working there at all. Like, the people are nice. They're patient with me and my mishaps, but everything just kind of goes well. I like to think that I'm doing my best over there, so I don't want to think like I'm messing up or anything. It's kind of funny that I say this because an Amazon warehouse is being built across the street from where the FedEx one is, so I won't say the competition is steep, but I would assume that some people who are working at FedEx are going to want to transfer over there, depending on whether Amazon offers better opportunities or not. I know they're probably going to be a bit busier than FedEx simply because of how more people buy from Amazon than they would from FedEx, but I guess it depends on which carrier they choose. Weekly alone is already a benefit. Most places are bi-weekly. Yeah, it is. Like, to give like a perspective of my payments, on average, with the work hours I get, my weekly payments around summertime ranges from, I'm gonna say a generous 300 to 350, simply because of slow hours. But 300 gets paid weekly, so like, by the end of Friday, I will get that 300 to do anything with it. Most of the time, it's usually just saved for eating, but sometimes I'll get a grace period where I don't really need to buy stuff, so I can just go ahead and save up for something in the future. I would say that my Switch 2 that I bought is a result of the tax money I got from working at FedEx for the very brief time period that I had, because I didn't actually start working there until November of last year, so I didn't get that much in retrospect, but the payments I got from working holidays is what boosted my tax refund exponentially, despite the short hours, or the short time I had. I've heard bad things about Amazon Workplace, but I don't know if it depends on position, location, etc. Mostly truck drivers, I think. I love when the government pays for Switch 2 when I get to own the bad TM. I legit have no idea what is going on with the Mario Kart scene right now, because like, I understand people's frustrations with the game when it came out, but like, I feel like everyone said everything they needed to say. Anything else that a person can post up are just more or less doing it to get attention, rather than like, Mario Kart World feels like a big game at this point. It really does, man. Like, I'm not gonna deny that their points don't matter, but like, I don't know, like, I'm the sort of person that feels like if I wanted to make a critical review of something, I would want it to be something that either I have something new to say that other people haven't already parroted, or it be a subject matter that hasn't been explored all that much. Yeah, pretty much. Like, if I watched that recent Mario Kart World video, I don't think I would see anything too different from what I would see from everyone else. Like, there's this one YouTuber that floods my timeline. I think his name is like Dimitri or something. And he more or less made up to 3 to 4 videos of him talking about Mario Kart World. So like, it's not like, let me add this. It's not that it's wrong, it's just that, I don't know, I feel like you could only say so much about one thing before it gets to become too much. One of these is a rare candy, and the other one is a TM. I don't remember which is which. That's the rare candy. I'm gonna have to come back in for the TM. Also bad, it's a big exaggeration just because it is an 11 out of 10 genre-defining Kino. Game is fine at worst. Pretty great, I'd argue, with some things to touch up on, and hopefully more things to update. I feel like they will update the game over time. Like, I don't think they're gonna leave it as is. Then again, that would bring into question whether they actually updated Mario Kart 8 at any point between the Wii U's launch and Deluxe, but I don't know, I didn't really keep up with updates like that, so it could be something distinct there, I just don't know. At the very least, they did, I wouldn't say address the problems people had with things like the online, and such. I think that was just, something they just assumed was a bug that occurred with their last update, so they just wanted to fix it here. But at least now people effectively got the best of both worlds, kind of. At least it more or less went back to what it used to be. Nazarene is a beast type, so if I don't one-shot her, or she outspeeds me, then Yorihime could get one-shot. Oh, you surprised me. I think 200cc was a free update, same with the mode that lets you select specific items to appear. I wouldn't be that surprised if like 200cc gets added into a world in an update, because I feel like the popularity it got and the people who voiced about it, I feel like Nintendo knows and that they will add it soon. It's just that I would argue that what we have right now, the game is more or less designed with 150 in mind, and they would have to adjust 200cc enough so that it doesn't feel like it's too much. At least in the context of like you're racing with 23 other people, so if it's already chaotic enough, now the moment you get hit by an item, you can't really recover from that. I probably should have just used Calm Mind, but I think I'm gonna switch out because Eurohimi's gonna get KO'd if I don't. Quagmire. 200 feet CC feels inevitable. Yeah. To be fair, Mario Kart 8 was also designed without 200cc in mind, but I see what you mean here with the 12 extra players. I can tell that some areas of 8's tracks are just not meant to be raced on 200. Like, there's the reason I would always advocate that World is the best designed Rainbow Road, and 8 has like the worst designed one, and 200cc kind of makes that apparent. But the tracks here also seem like they would accommodate 200cc well. I think it's because like the tracks are already wide and big enough that even if you were going a bit too fast for your liking, there's not really that many areas in which you would really get yourself stuck on or twisted around and such. Plus, it would be a way to make things like the intermission tracks feel even more distinct because of the fact that intermission tracks being straight lines means that going as fast as possible would make it feel like you're going through it as fast as you possibly can. Versus like something like 3-lap tracks having a lot of turns, which can make things a bit complicated for people who aren't that skilled with turning yet. I don't know, I see potential with 200cc. I feel like it will come soon enough if not already being planned immediately. As far as other stuff with the game goes, I can see them doing things like adding like, I don't know if it'll be free DLC, it could be paid, but they'll add, I could see them adding like DLC for World based off of like the whatever first party Mario games they're coming out with, like I could totally see them doing a DLC update with Donkey Kong Bonanza stuff in it, so like Donkey Kong could actually get costumes based off the ones from the game. Young Pauline, probably Void Kong, because apparently his voice actor is listed in the game's credits, could be added as characters. I know that apparently I could see things like Diddy Kong and possibly K. Rool being added as well, just to finalize the Donkey Kong roster list. Like, I could see potential for things like this. Well, I don't know if like new tracks are going to be added, because to make a new track for a game like World is complicated. At least no one got KO'd, so I can just heal them up. I don't know, we all thought we would at least get one Odyssey-based track in 8 Deluxe. I feel like... Okay, so I feel like the complication with Deluxe was less about, like, I don't know how to really explain it. It's like it was clear from the outset that Deluxe's DLC, the booster pass at least, like if it wasn't already implemented for Deluxe itself, then the booster pass kind of just made it apparent that everything was going to be based off of Mario Kart Tour, since that was the hot new trend at the time. And because we already knew they were working on Mario Kart World on the side when developing the Switch 2, that they felt like it would be a best case scenario for them to implement stuff based off Tour, since that was popular, and porting Tour tracks over to Mario Kart 8 isn't as complicated as it seems to be. Some of the new tracks we got were definitely implemented into World though, so like the ice cream track was... I have the suspicion that like something like that was already decided in World, and they just felt like porting it over to Mario Kart 8 would help it out immensely because of that fact. It also helps that like they were already working on World for Switch 1, so the data that was left over for that could be implemented into something like this. Right, healing items. I feel like Pauline was added alongside the Donkey Kong DLC update, I think, so it might have been because she just kind of fills that Donkey Kong role very well. It could have been predating Donkey Kong Bonanza, but I'm not going to be that speculative about it. Just, even though like I know that Bonanza is also was considered to be a Switch 1 game, so that possibility is there too. I remember that image that they posted on Twitter about like a comparison between what Bonanza looked like on Switch 1 and what it looks like on Switch 2, and like it is so very apparent how much of a difference Switch 2 gave Nintendo when they were designing Bonanza, because like I don't think Bonanza graphically would have been appreciated as much if it came out on Switch 1 versus Switch 2. Then again, people complain about World, so like, I don't know, maybe they would still hate it regardless. Here, let's switch over to Critter. Yeah, someone made a it was during like one of the developer talk stuff. They posted it on stream that they posted an image of what Donkey Kong Bonanza looked like while it was being worked on for Switch 1 and compared it to Switch 2 of the same area. So people were saying like, yeah, it would have been completely different looking if it had come out on Switch 1. So it's kind of the best case scenario that they waited for Switch 2 to release it. That is true, but we did get a few tracks like Yoshi's Island that were original. Still was a small roster of new stuff, so it does kind of make sense to add out ideas other than referencing a game that was like 6 years old by the time the booster course was rolling out. I guess if we were really to look at like under a microscope how much Odyssey was referenced at this point, okay, if I were to understand this correctly, World was supposed to be released as like a launch title for Switch 1 when they were initially making the Switch, but during development they found that World was too grand for an idea that they were going to do with it, so they needed something better to make that type of project, and that's what made Switch 2 go into development. And of course, the sales from Switch 1 certainly pushed the idea that a Switch 2 needed to be made because of that. So, Mario Odyssey would come out around that time frame, which means that Mario Odyssey would have been one of the few Mario games to still retain the original novelty design that Mario has. The other one being like Mario Wonder and such, which I think is the last one to have it before switching over to World's design. So I think that in terms of representation for Odyssey from that point to World, the most we got was probably Smash, which I have a distinct feeling Sakurai knew what was going on behind the scenes and actively chose not to make that presence known. we're gonna go ahead and grab this item over here. Psycho Cut. It's the... We all know that move. It's like the thing that opened the door for physical psychic abilities in Gen 4, which was awesome. I'm gonna have to go back downstairs to grab another TM, which I keep forgetting about. But I'm gonna have to grab it on the loop around. I tried using a max repel last time, and unfortunately, Yorihime is too low level to actually avoid these guys, so I have to put up with it. I do like that, like, the PS2 is always the thing people default to when talking about, like, bad graphics in modern games, because, like, I feel like that's a disservice to a lot of the stuff that came out on PS2. Like, that's not what I would really go for when talking about things like that. I think my controller's bugging out again. Okay. That should be fine. You are definitely gonna survive a hit. At least the speed proc didn't happen. I don't think I'm gonna best her in this one. We'll see. Yeah, and that's what, I think that's what some people did. Or at least some of the content creators I saw when, like, Pokemon Scarlet and Pokemon Sword and Shield was going down. Like, that's what I actually saw, that some people were comparing, like, the graphics of some things in Sword and Shield to the N64, which I won't lie, it is kind of bad in certain angles. Sword stands for a Bonica that doesn't use physical moves. It's so weird. Yorihime has all the moves meant for physical moves, even though in her current state, she has an attack stat of 60. So, like, I don't know what the deal with that is. I feel like, makes more sense compared to N64, but most lower-end looking games in modern times are PS3 at least. Give me that money. Yeah, I do think that people are just being a bit too, harsh when they talk about, like, how the state of graphics looked. At least harsh to the PS2 when they always bring it up. But Pokemon graphics comparisons are very valid, but Mario Kart does not look that bad. It really took... The thing with, like, World's graphics, I think it's just like an apples and oranges situation, because, yeah, people are gonna... When people talk about, like, Mario Kart 8's graphics, they don't really mean, like, booster pass stuff. Every time you bring up the booster pass, people always say, like, no, don't use the booster pass. We're not talking about that when talking about, like, good graphics. Use the actual base game graphics, because we all know the booster pass graphics are trash. And I'm like, okay, so the booster pass graphics are more or less based off of tour graphics. They're not that bad. They're a bit, like, they're a bit too plasticky for my liking, but it's not like the worst thing in the world, because it could have been much worse. I understand that it's not on par with what 8's graphics had, which is a very understandable thing, but I also have to understand that this is tour graphics we're talking about. Like, I feel like the first 2 waves of the booster pass were very sketchy in terms of the design philosophy versus Phase 8's track designs and graphics, but at the very least they improved upon this in later releases of the booster pass. So like, it's not like it was bad all the time. It got better over time because they did understand that. I understand that like Mario Kart 8's graphical details, part of what people say is because like Mario Kart 8's graphics makes it feel like it feels like they were trying to go for like that semi-realistic approach with the design philosophy of the graphics, because we saw that in Mario Kart 8, we saw that in Pikmin 3, and we see that in a few other games, that they were trying to go for like this pseudo realistic approach to the graphics, which makes sense because like it's the first time they're actually implementing high definition, so they really want to showcase that it is capable of doing that now. If I don't hit Ran here, then that's gonna be bad. Alright. Booster Pass was very inconsistent, was fine on the eyes at worst, but looked generally nice at best. Seems the visuals generally got better too. Sky High Sunday still feels like an unfinished Fall Guys map. There's the miss. I have no idea why the graphics were glitching out like that, but we're gonna pretend it didn't happen. Alright, let's switch over to Critter, because you're kind of running low on PP, and we need you to stay consistent for just a little bit longer, at least. We'll heal you up soon enough. It's kind of funny you say that, because wasn't Sky High Sunday also, like, isn't that a map in World? I feel like that was one of the maps they added. Oh, and, yeah, I feel like that was my example when I was saying, like, I felt like they were taking stuff from World Development from Switch 1 and implementing that into Mario Kart 8's Booster Pass for some areas. Like, I wouldn't be... Yeah, that's what I was feeling like. Like, it was like a beta asset of Sky High Sunday that they just ported over into Tour and eventually the Booster Pass. I would say, like, maybe... I would like to argue a couple of other tracks in the Booster Pass might have been pulled from World's development now that we have, like, a full scope of scenes, because isn't, like... What's that one map? The Choco Mountain or something from the N64? Isn't that also in World as well as the Booster Pass? I can't hit Satori with anything, I forgot. I'm gonna have to switch over to... Funny enough, Yorihime can actually do something here. Provided Satori doesn't get KO'd. I mean, Yorihime doesn't get KO'd. There goes Satori's high HP taking into effect. You would literally clip through the middle guardrails to gain speed. Choco Mountain was in Booster Pass, got a huge makeover in World though. I feel like one thing I was gonna talk about when I was gonna plan on making my Twitter thread about it was hang on. Oh man. Alright, so one thing I was gonna talk about with my thread was how I feel like I like the way in which World has designed their entire map, like as a grand whole. Like, it was very clear that they wanted World to be an open world game, funny enough, and to make that work in a game like Mario Kart, you do have to find a way to make all the tracks make sense in terms of how they are structured and how you would get to place. And I feel like implementing the maps in such a way that they're all interconnected the way that they are, it was probably the best thing they could have done with the game, because a lot of the tracks just feel a lot of the redesigns of the tracks feels very natural with the world. Like, I could believe the idea that all of these tracks connect in this way. And I saw somebody make a comment about this in one of their other threads about how the way in which they handled it made it seem like there was a passage of time with how some of the old tracks got re-implemented into World was designed like. Like, they are not one-to-one recreations ported into World. They have the familiarity of the old tracks, but the way in which they're designed makes it feel like they are new and different. And I feel like that's the best thing that they could have done with this. Like, I understand people's disappointments that a lot of the tracks don't feel the same as the old ones, but at the same time, it works in the context of World, because that's what they were trying to do. Like, I didn't even recognize that I was in GameCube's Peach Beach until I drove around it for a second, because my first exposure to it was at the end of an intermission race, and no, it was at the end of the Knockout Tour, and I didn't even realize that was supposed to be Peach Beach until I recognized the specific beach segment that you would drive through. Like, Toad's Factory is really nice. Choco Mountain doesn't feel as lengthy as it could have been, partly because of how different it feels. Okay, this is gonna get annoying if I don't wake up soon. I think it's good because you can just play the old track if you want the original experience. No real point bringing in tracks, doing nothing new with them. I do like that, I like that Mario Kart has been doing a step forward in terms of trying to make the experience of playing each game feel distinct from one another. Like, it is so easy for a racetrack game to be basically designed the same way as shooter games like Call of Duty is, where every single game is more or less the same thing. Just possibly grander in some areas, and I wouldn't want that to happen to a game like Mario Kart, because then it would start getting stagnant after a while. And like, coming off of 8 Deluxe, the Booster Pass, the many tracks you have in there, what would you possibly do to make the next game feel special compared to that one? And World more or less proved it by, you don't really improve upon that, you just make something new. And the new thing they showed works really well for it. And I feel like Nintendo themselves knew that when they were making it for Switch 2. Especially in a series like Mario, the sky isn't even the limit. Just make the craziest shit imaginable, but still playable. I remember reading up on an interview with one of the devs for Mario Wonder. He stated at one point that, I gotta switch out because I think Merlin is a heart ghost type. I like how Mario is weird again after how safe it was in the early 2010s. Part of that could be blamed on Miyamoto's belief of everything needed to stay, like, squeaky clean and consistent. Like, don't do anything crazy or anything like that. Oh, that's not good. Let's get out of here. Quagmire. Yeah, I remember in an interview somebody said that when they were developing Mario Wonder, one of the things they told the younger devs who were aspiring to learn how to make Mario was that come up with the wackiest things you could possibly imagine. Like, just go nuts with designing something that stays true to Mario's design philosophy, but also weird enough that it can work. Like the so crazy it might just work philosophy. Try doing that. And a lot of the stuff we see in Wonder is a result of people's creative imaginations coming to life. And, like, he did state that Mario as a brand is so distinctly designed that there is no real limit to how many Mario games could be made, because Mario is just that flexible of a franchise compared to other ones. Like, you can't do something like this with something like Sonic, because Sonic has a very strictly designed structure that to try to deviate too much from it, it's gonna cause fans to hate it because it's not the same as they're used to seeing. Mario isn't like this because Mario started off being weird and has kept on being weird throughout every other game outside of the Wii games when they started becoming stagnant. And around that point was when people started voicing their criticism about how Mario needed to flesh out more because it's not what it used to be. And they did do that with Odyssey Onward. It's not so much like the levels themselves has to be weirdly designed. It's more like you can't do weird things with Sonic characters. Everyone has a very specific idea of what Sonic is like. No, people don't even know what they want from Sonic as a character. That's how bad it's gotten. Mario can get away with a lot of stuff as long as the core principles are still there. Like, even then, like, you have other spin-off titles from the Mario brand that gets away with doing certain liberties. And you can't really do that with something like Sonic because Sega refuses to allow that to be a possibility. So people, they have a very rigid idea of what Sonic should be like. I would argue you can kind of do that with Sonic, at least with how levels go, but you gotta maintain the speed aspect. Especially how picky fans were back in the 2000s after stuff like the Werehog gimmicks and shit. The funny thing about the speed aspect is that, Sonic Superstars got mixed reception after it launched because people thought that it was going back to Sonic 1's slowness, and some people were trying to argue, no, the game was always fast, you're just doing it wrong. And no one can ever just meet a middle ground. It's funny. We gotta push this rock over here. How many Poke Points does whoever hit me have? She could be fine as long as I switch her into more hard types. That too, like, Mania and Superstars have an issue where they don't really branch out and try to do something crazy or distinct. They try to stay into a very particular, comfortable lane that they understand fans are gonna want from it. I like that, I like Mania, but I wouldn't say it's my it's in my top 5 favorite Sonic games of what little I played because, simply put, I like the new places you can run around in. I just don't. I think that they leaned a bit too hard on the familiarity of Sonic's older levels. Not so much actually trying out new things, which I guess would make sense if it was coming from Sega not wanting them to branch too far from what their idea of Sonic is supposed to be. Superstars was supposed to be that idea taken to life, but it has its own kind of issues, I suppose. I felt like New Super Mario Bros. Safeness was Sonic. Yeah. So I heard that, apparently a rumor is going around that Sonic, I just pushed this rock over here, but then I realized I'm gonna go in that little tunnel way, so that's gonna ruin it. Oh well. I'll use that as an excuse to go heal. What time is it? 2 hours, 30 minutes. I think at 3 hours I'm gonna do the intermission. And then when we come back, we will finish the Elite Four. Maybe. Depending on how it looks. Mind Bomb is a physical heart type move, so like, if you're running someone like Ad Mei Ling, it would be the best move you can give her because it's the only like good move she would have that's heart type. How's everyone doing? They're fine. Yeah, I wish there was a Mania that had completely new levels. Kirby somehow reuses Wispy Woods more than Sonic reuses Green Hill Zone, but they actually changed the fight a lot. Like, Flowery Woods and Clanky Woods were crazy. I always appreciate the novelty of, like, every time a Kirby game comes out, they have to have Wispy Woods as a boss, or, like, some entity of a threat. And, like, they have to find a way to shoehorn him into the mainline branch of games. But every time they do it, they always find a way to make him feel distinct enough that you're not just fighting the same version of him. Like, it is absolutely insane what kind of creativity they can come up with for a tree fight. Best Green Hill got was freaking Sand Hill. Also, one boss fight is way less egregious in several levels of Green Hill by principle. I saw some people complain that, like, Sand Hill Zone was, like, hated on because of its design being based off sand and desert themes. Like, people got mad because it wasn't the Green Hill they were familiar with. And that was, like, the funniest thing. I know, right? They want it generic. Like, I don't get Sonic fans, man. They're never satisfied. They can never be satisfied with whatever they want. I'm old enough to remember that this little spot right here used to be Moltres before Fire Red Leaf Green relocated him to the volcano area. I'm old enough to remember that detail. He's probably there in Let's Go games, to be honest, and I just haven't played it to know that he's there or not, but this is where he was originally supposed to be. I'm gonna go heal up, and then I'll come back to finish the job. Also, this is an excuse to me to go get that, that TM I missed. Let's switch over to somebody high level just so we can skip through all this. can't, man. This is like if Mario fans begged for a 1-1 in every game. I saw this funny YouTube video where like someone apparently, what was it like? It was a Mario fan game, or maybe like a fan level that they made in Mario Maker, where it was, how many times can we remake 1-1? And like they turned that into the entire game. Like every level is just a reinterpretation of 1-1, and they wanted to see how far someone can get to the end of it. I will say though, like, what I saw from it was pretty creative, that's for sure. So, Heartbreak is the original Dragon Claw of the game, of this mod at least. It operates the same way as Dragon Claw. The only difference is that it's Dark type instead of Faith, as this game is, because Faith type is the dragons of this game. Which is kind of weird because, like, Faith is super effective against Heart, which is supposed to be the fairy type, but is weak to Psychic. It still has, like, the resistances against the primary elements and such. It's just a weird thing to go for, I guess, but maybe, like, in Toho logic, it makes sense. Faith, you say, Soulsborne reference. If you were like the modern Twitter user that I see nowadays, not even Twitter, maybe like modern Zoomer YouTube comments, the way in which this would be structured was, I would say Faith as a type, and then they will do the meme of like, they will do the Fantastic Four meme where the guy turns around and goes, "Say that again," and then people will just spam that over and over again in the replies. Like, I told myself that, I could like, if Illumination had the power to actually make the Nintendo movies the way they want, if they make the next Zelda movie, they're gonna do it so that, at some point, Link will say, like, we'll be talking to, it's either Link or someone else is gonna talk to him, and they're gonna be like, you know, we can't let you go out there by yourself. You know it's dangerous to go alone. And then people are gonna... And then Link is gonna look at them like, say that again. And then everyone in Twitter and YouTube are gonna cream their pants because they did the funny joke that Twitter was doing for the entirety of this and last year. It's like how, it's like how Deltarune, ever since Deltarune came out with Chapter 3, 4, and 5, all I see on Twitter is like the stupid open season edited meme that they keep spamming everywhere. Like, I'm not even a Deltarune fan, but for some reason Twitter thinks I'd be interested in looking at all their meme stuff, and I see that every single time. And it's kind of weird because, like, two people made a comment on it when like quote tweeting the original clip, that the edited meme isn't even that funny versus what it was originally supposed to be, because the guy didn't chase down a person to run over. He instinctively went out of his way to steer and drive right into the deer that was just sitting on the side of the road. Like, he did not hesitate in turning that truck around just to hit them. And that was like the funniest, that was supposed to be the funniest bit about it. And when they redrew the scene for the meme, they just kind of missed that context. I don't know what to hit Remy with that isn't gonna kill her, but I have a feeling that she has she probably has like Whirlwind that's gonna send me away anyway, so like, I don't think there's much of a point. I'll come back for this later. If you didn't want to sit through Power Plant and getting like the 1% chance, this is actually a better place to get Remy. Flandre, I'm not sure. I think she might show up in the same grass, but I could be wrong about that. It's also kind of funny that Remy shows up there because, like, her music plays as the Victory Road music, so that's funny. That's true, you need the abusable gift game even if it hardly makes sense in that context. Twitter users will find a way, that they will. Needs more self-referential meme slot movies, it's untouched potential. Bro, if the Zelda movie comes out, both the animated and the live action, which I'm sure it's gonna exist, if they don't add the greatest Zelda character of all time, Morshu, into the game at some point, and he does his iconic animations and voice lines, of which he has only 2, I'm gonna say it's a 0 out of 10 adaptation, no matter how many references they throw, because, like, that is... Morshu is the legend when it comes to YouTube poop meme formats. Like, to not have him in the adaptation is to be a disgrace to YouTube poop as a whole, because, like, he's basically the king of that. Let's go ahead and move these rocks over. Oh man, I've been seeing so much Deltarune stuff even though I don't interact with it. I understand that, like, it's big, it's popular right now, but, like, they could give me a frame of Morshu and I'll be satisfied. They could do the Sonic movie thing where, like, a character draws a poorly designed interpretation of Morshu as, like, a concept or something. That'd be funny. Let me switch around my party, because I think, Yorihime should be up front when I deal with another trainer. We gotta push this old rock over to the left again. I know for a fact that if live action Zelda doesn't go for a serious perspective, then I know for an absolute fact they're gonna make Link say, "Excuse me, princess." Like, I have a gut feeling they're gonna make him say that, whether it's in the live action movie or the Illumination film. He is going to say that line, and people are gonna spread it all over. I'm stupid, I put the rock in the wrong place. They're gonna spread that all over the internet, and it's gonna be annoying after a while. It reminds me of how, like, that one video that Suga Conroy made when he was Let's Playing Xenoblade 1. It had a character who went, like, "Excuse me, princess," and he spent, like, a good half a minute talking about how that was a Zelda reference in my Xenoblade game. I love beating corporal movie jokes to death, bless my beautiful Chungus life. It's funny you say Chungus, because, like, the fact that that's an actual character in the Minecraft movie is, like, I don't even know, man. That's just insane. See if you're someone Yorihime can deal with. General Chungus says unalive. We are truly at that point, man. Someone wrote that in, like, the Minecraft movie. And yet somehow that was, like, the one thing people didn't latch on long enough. Everyone was too focused on Chicken Jockey to actually bring awareness to the fact that they made that meme. Watch, because of the Minecraft movie, now when the next Zelda movie comes out, maybe the animated one, they're gonna have a character, whether it's like Link or someone else. They're gonna pick up the cuckoo, and then they're gonna say like Cuckoo Jockey or something stupid like that. Just at some point in the movie, they're gonna say that. I don't think I could do much against Ichirin, so I'm gonna have to switch over to Critter. Especially since Focus Punch is happening. That's gonna suck once Critter comes in. Come to think of it, I probably could have just hit Ichiran and then just be fine with that, but that's my fault. You are just a regular grass. Critter is gonna get KO'd, and I don't want to go all the way back and heal her again, so let's just switch over to Lucky and take care of this. Body slam. But you got the para hack, so that's annoying. Even better than original movie Force memes, recycled original Force movie memes. So if I had to give my my perspective of the Zelda movie at its current state, I think it's gonna do well in theaters because people are gonna want to see the Zelda movie because they're like that. On its own, I don't think it's gonna be that great, but I think Hayate might be the reason, so I'm gonna have to switch over to something else. Also, I just realized switching over to Yorihime was a terrible idea because she's actually weak to it. But steel typing clutched. Yuyuko. You're part grass though, so this could probably do it. Yeah, there we go. Alright, let's heal up. It'll do well in theaters. I don't think the movie itself is gonna be great. It could be good. Like, I would be okay with the idea of it being a good film, but that's gonna be for me to see. People are thinking it's gonna be like Lord of the Rings tier great, and I'm thinking like, I feel like you're giving yourself too much of a high expectation with that idea. I need to buy more healing items in general because this is not good. I have a max revive though, so if someone goes down, then at least I could get them back to full speed. I'm gonna see if I could sneak past the trainers just so I can go heal up. I say that though because I say that knowing that I'm still gonna have to push the rock, so that's gonna be annoying. Let me just heal up anyways. Man, I didn't really think this one through, but it's fine. I'll figure a way through this. Let's deal with this guy. Lunasa. She's just a ghost, so that should be easy enough. I would switch into Rixie, but if she gets hit with a ghost move, that's not going to be a good thing. Plus, I don't think she's faster than Lunasa, but we'll see. We'll see how this plays out. Oh, good. She is faster somehow. Will-O-The-Wisp? No, I'm content. If I need a teacher that, I'll just use the TM. You somehow survived that. Zelda movie realistically gonna be probably mid-tier range, maybe a little fun, but nothing super crazy. Yeah, at the very least, it would be a stepping stone for them to do better things, and I will not take that away from them if that is what they decide to do. Let's see if Blizzard lands. It better land, because that Swords Dance is not gonna be good. You're not as defensive as Fully White, so they should KO. Especially with a crit. I don't know, it never seemed like Zelda would ever be taken advantage of in the film medium. Zelda at most is a series I think would work better as like an animated series rather than like a film, because like there's a lot of little things you could do in a 40-minute length episode that you would do in a 1 hour and 30-minute movie. Like, Zelda has a lot of lore stuff that they could go through if they really wanted to, but I don't think they would be able to fit all that into one movie. Maybe if they were like planning to make Zelda into a trilogy, that could be a thing, but like, at the same time, I don't know how well that would turn out. I just don't think it's gonna be Lord of the Rings tier great, because like, Lord of the Rings had it had an entire anthology of books designed for the express purpose of being made the way that it was. Like, I don't think that Zelda has that much going for it with its lore. And even then, like, people didn't like the movie at first because it didn't, because it broke out of, like, some of the stuff that made fans of the books a bit questionable about. Too much of the appeal is more in the gameplay immersion rather than the writing characters, mostly just liked because they are iconic. Yeah, like, the most I would see from the interactions people have with the characters in the games are, like, out-of-context lines here and there, but not, like, deep philosophical stuff that people are raving about, because I don't think that's actually going to be the case of what's happening. Anime would probably be better. Like, animation, Sakurai did when he announced Palutena had Link in an anime style, and I think it works really well. It's not like a perfect design, but I think it would work for his situation. Tenshi's ground, which means I could do the funny thing. It's kind of funny that you, I'm a bit sad that you missed the Giovanni fight, because, Quagmire sweeped most of his team, and the only time in which he didn't sweep was during his Remy, and the encounter that he sent out Remilia, and that didn't work out as well as it could have gone. Aaron is part poison, so Critter, your time is up. Also, this helps because she resists Psychic, or Reason. You're probably gonna survive this due to your high HP. Critter abuse back, I see how it is. Look, man, Critter's doing her best this time around. She's got a new outfit. She's like, her current form makes it so that she has like no type weaknesses, cause Heart Reason is a combination that makes it so that she has no weakness, similar to Ghost Dark of the old days. And it's even better in this case, cause Ghost Dark was stuck on two Pokemon who were pretty slow, but Heart Reason is on at least 2 Bonecas who are relatively fast, so she can get away with doing damage and having the resistance to back it up. I still think that Parse is weak to a specific type, I just don't remember what. And I'm kind of afraid to switch out into something else, because like, wait, no, I got the Max Revive, it wouldn't matter. She might be weak to Faith. She could be weak to Earth, actually. I'm not entirely sure. I never figured her out. Her and like one other specific Bonica I've never actually figured out. It probably is Faith because she might be part Heart. She is one other type though, which makes this complicated. Magikarp? Nah. Kistume. We'll just let Crater get KO'd so I can revive her with the Max Revive once we get out of the fight. If I had Thunderbolt, I could have sent you or hit me out for experience, but I don't, so we're gonna have to choose Lucky for this. Sunny. Oh, and as far as like the Gary fight went, I was a bit concerned because when I tried sending Critter out to deal with his first Bonica that he sends out, she wasn't able to one-shot she couldn't one-shot Goliath, and she retaliated with a move that basically one-shot Critter at her current state. To be fair, she was lower leveled in it, so it probably could have KO'd it if I had just focused on leveling her a bit more, but that ended up being the case, and I had to switch over to someone else to deal with it. It was, I sent out Rixie because Shadow Ball would probably do it, and it eventually did. Then he sent out Kogasta, who was Ghost type, so that also made things complicated. Eventually, I just kind of opted to use Marissa, and thanks to surviving on low health, and his team not having a priority move, she was able to outspeed everyone and just Marissa sweep the team. It's kind of funny because, like, Marissa herself isn't even in her speed form. This is her attack form. Her speed form gives her more to work with. Because, Wind Heart is a good type matchup in the context of this game, but she's Wind Fire, and because of her speed, she was able to just clear a lot of his team. Even, like, some of the ones I thought she would be outsped, she still outsped them, even with like lower level advantage. So Marissa's putting in the hard work for me. So I imagine it's gonna turn out like that when I get to fight his champion state. Alright, everyone, let's keep going. We gotta get out of here so I can go watch some DSP for an hour. Part of me wants to watch his Bonanza stuff, so I'll decide what I want to see from him. I'm watching through the 8-hour Elden Ring video, and it is the experience of all time. And I'm not even an hour in, and I'm already getting like interesting results from his gameplay. Bro really tried to go for a magic run, and according to the comments, he couldn't even commit to the magic run itself and just went back to a semi-physical build. Like, how do you do that? How does that happen? That's a double battle, so let me see if, Urahimi's kind of damaged. We're gonna send her and Critter out to see what we deal with. Oh man, I've seen snippets of his Elden Ring gameplay overall, but it's typical DSP Souls, except he did a Dark Souls 1 magic run a while back, and I think he was able to stick with that. Oh no. Urahimi might be able to outspeed Remilia. I don't think she's that fast, but in the off chance that she outspeeds me, I don't think she could one-shot one of us, but her attack stat could say otherwise. Extra Sensory or Sonic? Probably Extra Sensory. Saki has a different case, because she could be problematic, because she is, in fact, Freezing type. Unless I were to go with, like, Fire Blast and hope that I get the clutch hit. Critter can hit her with Signal Beam, though, so let's just try it. Yeah, she outsped, that's good. I remember Remy not being that sturdy when I used her, but then again it was her attack form, so it might have made her less defensive. In any case, it was still done and done. You can get out of here. After this guy. Nope. Just kidding. Which is funny because Magic is busted in Dark Souls 1, so of course you love the cheesy gameplay. You need a bit more skill to use it in Elden Ring. I understand that, like, isn't, like, positioning in Elden Ring, or in, like... Oh, I forget about this. Prepare for trouble and make it double. To protect the world from devastation, to unite all peoples within our nation, to denounce the evils of truth and love, to extend our reach to the stars above. Jesse, James, Team Rocket, blast off at the speed of light. Surrender now or prepare to fight. That is our new Team Rocket motto. Ever since the boss vanished, we've taken it up on ourselves to revive Team Rocket. We're not like the others. Even if we're the only ones left, Team Rocket will one day come back. And to show the others we mean it, we're going to beat the twerp that beat the boss. Prepare yourself. It's kind of funny because, like, the farthest you get to fight them in Pokemon Yellow was in Silph Co, and that was before Giovanni's team got disbanded, so it's kind of funny that they continued their quote-unquote storyline here. I don't have anything to hit you. Also, this could be problematic because, like, my team isn't exactly in the best shape to deal with their team. So, I could very well lose this fight, or not, depending on how it goes. We'll see. I'm gonna switch out the fodder just so I have something to work with. I don't remember what type Conical is, so it's gonna be interesting. We'll go with like the... We'll go with Lucky and we'll see how this plays out. It's gonna be a bit of a problem because I kind of need Lucky for things later. Okay, that's good. She can't actually do anything to me. If I didn't have Levitate, then she could just hit me with Earth Power, but that's not gonna be the case. Also, yes, Team Rocket are indeed my favorite Toho characters too. It's kind of funny that Team Rocket showed up here because, like, it's parallel to when they are the first trainers you fight back in Route 1, because you don't get to go into Viridian until you fight them first. So I thought that was a neat little callback to that moment. Koichi is you are a heart type as well. You might be heart reason, and that's probably why you're out here. So I want to switch you to, like... If Koichi is heart reason, that means she doesn't have a weakness, so that's gonna be scary. You're probably gonna use, like, a psychic move. Critter might be my ace in the hole. Huh. We'll switch into Rixie because she has lower health, and we'll see how this plays out. Yeah, that's like... Okay. Your heart move would be effective against her. If not, like, it just does damage, so we'll see what happens. Get a hit in, and then I'll switch over to someone who could probably do a bit more to her. Oh, you're switching out? Okay, you are Dark Poison, so I could switch into Critter if I wanted to keep you alive. And you are going to be faster than me no matter what I decide to do, so it might be the best that I have to switch over. You are probably going to use a Dark move, so Critter is the best choice. Ghost is an interesting type you could have gone with, but sure. You are poison type, so this may or may not one-shot. You're technical though, so you could have survived, but that wasn't the case. And so we have the hard reason, so let's just mana burst and see where this takes us. They might use an item. Yeah, they will. Thankfully, I outspeed, so this will work. Rin Harmony Rinrin. We'll let Critter get KO'd so we can safely switch into Quagmire, and that'll be the end of this fight, at least. I'll heal up, I'll fight that one trainer in the cave, and then we'll take an intermission. Whoa. I said I would let Critter get KO'd, but once again, she's proven me wrong. Even after all of that, no wonder the boss lost. You're way too strong, Twerp. I guess this means we can't start Team Rocket back up here. Just remember, one day Team Rocket will be back. Come on, James, we're going to Hoenn. Hoenn? Ooh, I heard there was some strong Bonica there. And that's the last time we see them, which is kind of a shame. So we're gonna heal up. I need to heal bad. Let's go grab our Marissa-chan. There you are. Let's go fight that guy we skipped over. Yeah, Yorihime can stay up front. Oh, never mind. He's just a normal guy. So what does this mean? I'm gonna have to grind the levels of the Bonicas that can actually deal with the problems that are gonna be up ahead. Where am I money-wise? Okay, so 111. I'm gonna go ahead and buy my healing items right now before I decide to invest in the grind, because it's gonna take a bit, but I'm gonna use speed up so we don't have to deal with it too much. Let's grab some... How many of these can I grab? 30,000. 10 of these. 10 of these. 10 revives. I think I have enough full heals. Okay, so this is something they added, or the new modder added when they were working on balancing, when they were gonna balance this game out in a future patch. The ability bead is here, so like, I could use it on any of the Bonicas I have whose ability is not one I want, and switch it over to the one I would want. I did grind a bit to get the ability I want though, so it's not needed right now, but it's there in case, like, you wanted a change of perspective of the abilities that the Bonicas have. So it is a steep price, but it is a powerful one if you don't want to invest in having to grind another Bonica with the ability you want. So where would I normally go to grind experience? The place I would do it would probably be like, I would probably go to the Sevi Islands, because that's usually the place that has like level 40 guys. If not level 39-ish, so that'll be a decent place. There is a way for me to make this a bit more easier on me, but I am gonna have to speed up that process too to get the item needed for it, but I kind of don't want to do that because that takes a while if I'm unlucky. So what I'm gonna do is we're gonna do the animation and I'm gonna watch the DSP video. When I come back, I'm gonna sit down and invest in the grind until we get to level 50, and then we'll try the E4 and see how it goes. I'm not expecting the E4 to be a super big struggle, but I am expecting it to be a challenge because it was a challenge for me when I first played it, but I think like with my current team composition, it shouldn't be too bad in retrospect. Better for me to doubt my potential than for me to be overconfident and find out that I lose horribly. So we'll go over here. No, I gotta grab Marissa for this. It's also going to be a bit beneficial for me because the money I will get from this will hopefully be enough for me to buy a TM. And I'm thinking of either Flamethrower or Thunderbolt, but Flamethrower might be the most logistical one I'll need. So, we'll see if we can get that going. As for the trainers, the fighting guys would work. It's just that it's gonna be harder for me because Yorihime can't deal good damage against fighting types or dream types due to her steel type nature. We'll worry about catching these guys later. Alright. Yeah, it's also good to grind here because, like, the spa is in the cave up ahead, so you can just fully heal up there and not have to go all the way back to the Poke Center for that. Alright. Let's go ahead and take an intermission. I'm gonna... Oh, wait, no. Let me set it up first, and then we will go ahead and do just that. So, while I'm doing this, I was thinking, like, the next stream I'm gonna do, I might not be able to get to it after all with, I might not be able to do this after all with, like, the current stream because I think I might not have enough time for it, but I was thinking, like, I could start playing Mario Eclipse after I fight the Elite Four and win, but I might just save that for next stream, so that'll be awesome. So there's like a few games I want to try out for streaming. One of which I was gonna add in was it was gonna be a mod for, funny enough, Spooky's Jumpscare Mansion, the original game, not like the DHC renovation because this one is specifically designed for the engine that was used for the original. And I was gonna do a couple of streams on that because the specific thing about that mod isn't so much it's not the base game or anything like that, but rather it's gonna be for endless mode, which I think is gonna be very interesting because like depending on what they add and how difficult of the additions they do, I could see myself doing several streams of that run just so I can discover what they added in. But if I find that is like too much for like the average person to play, because I'm expecting like this particular mod to be designed for people who have like a very advanced understanding of endless modes mechanics, then I might not stream it that much and just kind of highlight that it is a thing that exists, but it might be a bit too much for some people to handle. Like, it's already hard enough to deal with like multiple specimens in one chase, let alone like ones like Dear God, Parasite, Becca, and a few others. But this mod apparently makes it so that you know how there's like hard versions of the guys in the Dollhouse that you could choose to run from for that one segment, they basically created a harder version of every original specimen. So there are like gonna be more difficult complications with things like the parasite and deer god, which I'm not gonna be that happy about if I have to encounter them in my run. But it's a experience. It's gonna mostly go towards like the new original stuff they came up with because apparently there's a lot that they've added, and I want to see it for myself. So we'll do a stream of that when I have the opportunity to do so. Considering we're nearing October, if I don't like beat Mario Eclipse within the rest of this month and September, then I will do that early on. But if I don't end up beating Mario Eclipse, I will put it on hold and focus more on endless mode streaming for the entirety of October. Maybe until like the last week of Halloween, in which case I will stream a spooky game. I'll probably just make like a gaming session for horror games at that point. Like smaller tiered horror games to be played consecutively because I would want to do like I don't know, depending on if people have time, I could do a longer stream than what I usually do for those. I think that would be nice. Horror and myself, we go hand in hand. I think like if there was ever something I would be most excited for streaming on Twitch, it would be to do horror games because that's like it's my bread and butter. It's the thing that it's the one genre that I would put above other genres in terms of what I like. Even if like not every game lands for me, I still enjoy it too. Like as much as I would as a kid. I get that you want a challenge mod, not a full-on rage game. Yeah. Apparently, like another reason why I'm holding off on doing the mod is because in its current state, there is a specific specimen encounter they added that, as of the latest update, made it so that dealing with that guy with other specimens is near impossible because of the gimmick he has. They overcorrected the gimmick when they wanted to make him more challenging, and they made him too challenging as a result when compared to other specimens. And I don't want to deal with that going through the endless mode because I want to have a relatively fun time playing it. So I'm hoping that. So I'm hoping that like in a future update they will tone it down a bit so it will actually be relatively balanced compared to the other guys they add. So at least I could showcase it by then. So we'll see what happens. Play FNAF and react to the jump scares that will go viral. Trust me. I'm gonna if I get killed by Foxy, I'm just gonna yell out, "Was that the bite of 87?" I still have like no idea why Mark said that at the time, but I don't know, man. It reminds me of like when Markiplier was playing FNAF 2, and one of the bigger memes that they made of him was him saying "purple guy." Oh man. He said that to the lore depicting the bite of 83. Was it? Huh. I'm gonna have to go back and refresh on my FNAF Mark lore then. Alright then. I'll take your word for it. Let's go to intermission. What do we got for us this time? Yes, that was the context. Oh, okay then. I remember that since I watched that LP back in the day. I'm kind of curious what this is. Let's see it. Here we'll set the setting to this. Put it on full. Make sure that I'm streaming it well. It looks like I am. Let me put the volume on. Bam. Alright. I remember that since I watched the LP back in the day. That moment was crazy watching it back then, even way before it was ever a meme. I I don't think we'll ever get another opportunity like 2014 through 2016 horror YouTube horror content. I don't think we're ever gonna see something like that again. That was like such a lightning in a bottle situation to have occurred that I feel like YouTube horror content has more or less run its course, and I don't think that we're ever gonna get genuine stuff like that again. That's not to say that like things like Mark's reactions to playing FNAF and such was genuine, because he did admit that he faked a lot of his reactions for content's sake, but there was something of a novelty to seeing that kind of thing back then. FNAF was once in a lifetime opportunity. Too many horror games are just fucking irony, poison, and Dandy's world slop. Yeah, like it's not to deny that like good horror games can come out. It's just that I don't think that the type of interesting stuff we got from 2015 to 2016 is stuff that we're gonna be seeing nowadays. Cause I don't know. I felt like that was a time in which people wanted like to make they wanted to make versions of their own horror games that kind of stands out as their own ideals, and that is what they went with. Like people built games off of Amnesia and then eventually FNAF, but games like Amnesia and FNAF existing in that time frame was what made it so particularly enthralling. It was also the years of like when the rise of RPG horror games came out, because that was around the time when Mark and Jacksepticeye and other guys, they were reviewing like games like The Witch's House. They were reviewing Mad Father. They were actually looking into RPG horror games, and they were actually thrilled to go through them. And it made people want to make more RPG horror games, and it did cause a trend to occur because of that. I wouldn't say that slowed down over time. It's just that most of it is relegated to Japanese games rather than like people in the West going out of their way to make an RPG horror game nowadays. Um, we really won't see something like that happen anytime soon. I feel like we've just crossed that bridge, and now we're just kind of at the recession of horror content, because it's either like stuff like FNAF mascot horror inspired slop, or like irony slopped horror games that tries to be meta. There is no in between for these. But right now, the closest trend would be like the friend slop horror games trend, because of games like Lethal Company making it popular. Internet culture was just way too different back then, just like how the late 2000s is also very different. Closest we get to a mainstream RPG horror now is Amori. Warning, you need more content, warning. Yeah, we need more content, warning clones. And with the thing of like the MasterCard and Visa controversies right now, we may not. I feel like horror games are starting to become like pegged down in terms of what people can get away with now. Because now they're making it so that people can't make horror games of a certain way anymore. Friendslop is such a funny concept, but not wrong with how many clones we are getting. Well, I'm just gonna say it. Most Friendslop games are never gonna reach the apex that games like Left 4 Dead managed to achieve with its multiplayer aspects and horror theming. I know that it's like not a that's not a very surprising take coming from a guy who constantly talks about the game at times, but I don't know, man. I feel like if you're gonna make multiplayer horror games, you gotta understand that some of the ones that works. Wait until Valve releases Left 4 Dead 3. It's gonna cause a surge of freelance developers to make their own clones of it. But then again, if people tried to do that with Left 4 Dead 1 and that didn't work out as well, because almost no one talked about those games, and the only game that was talked about was the one that like 7 Turtle Rock developers made, which was Back 4 Blood, and we all know how that turned out in the end. Yeah, that was supposed to be like the inspiration of. It was supposed to be the spiritual successor to Left 4 Dead, according to like according to the devs talking about how they even got like people from the Valve community to help out with it, and it was like only 7 devs out of the 40 plus that worked on Left 4 Dead 1 and 2. That like disappeared in relevance after a month or so. Apparently, he had problems, but even those were forgettable. I feel like the people who cling on to something like Back 4 Blood now are just the people who apparently stuck around to playing it this long. I'll commend them for that, but like, you're not gonna make it. You're not gonna convince the general consensus that it's like on par with Left 4 Dead in terms of how good of a status it can be. I feel like that ship has sailed. But anyways, let's see what the Dark Side Phil is playing this time.
Minute support. If any of you are thinking of doing that, please do it now, because I can't stay extra late. I gotta get out of here tonight. Spend some time with my wife.
Here's Phil to tell you more.
Guys, I'm just going to stand up and stretch my legs a little bit here, and then we're going to continue. Guys, again, I would appreciate it if you could support the stream. Right now, we're at, what, 50 bucks? Wow. Obviously, the goal is 150. Last time we played Ludo a week ago, I got 100. I don't know if we're going to beat it today. I want to. Wise Guy says no.
Ludo? Never heard of that game. I'm gonna have to search it up later.
Way you're beating it today. So, Wise Guy, since you seem to have played the game, how long is it? It said it was 3 hours long if you know how to beat it. It's 5 hours long if you do everything. Well, guess what? We're about 4 hours in, and I'm not getting stuck.
3 hours, 3 to 5 hours we're beating on average, and he's at 4 hours in and he hasn't beat it. I don't know if that's like a good thing or a bad thing.
I think people are just full of shit and they completely lie about stuff. Like, I thought this game was short. That's why I put it in the schedule. But apparently it's not short, and now it sucks because, as you can see, every time I play this game, I don't get support.
DSP using normal player metrics is funny. Of fucking course, he's not gonna match that.
And I want to finish it now because we're this far in. All right, well, guys, I got to pee really quick, and then we're going to continue and see how far we can get on this stream. Like, at this point, it is...
Oh my god, bro, you're bad, bro. How do you not get to... He'll blame everything else before he can ever consider blaming himself. The day in which he addresses that he was wrong about something is the day the Earth dies. That's just gonna be what happens. Like, the end of humanity will be there the moment he actually takes accountability for something he does.
Annoying me because I like the game, but sadly, this is a game that you guys aren't really getting into. And that sucks. When people say to me, why don't you just play games that you like? Well, I actually do like this, but...
I take longer to beat games than those averages, but that's because I smell the roses most of the time and fuck around a fair bit. That's kind of like that for me, too. I'll admit that I'll have, like, a moment where I kind of get stuck somewhere with the game here and there, but I usually just kind of breeze through it on my own pacing. It's why, I think, like, my hours for something like Persona 5 Royal is going to look different than what it does for some people, because, simply put, I've just been playing it differently than others. The fact that I still haven't beaten it today is just pretty much a testament to when I decide to play versus when I don't. Like, yeah. Those averages are usually people that rush to the end. Pretty much, like, when I hear, like, a game is 40 hours long, I have to consider whether or not they actually do the stuff that are in the game, or whether they actually just kind of breeze through some aspects. It's hard for me to tell because everyone's experience is going to be different no matter what. Some people could take 42 hours, some people could take 48 hours. It's not like a fair enough metric to determine whether a game is that length or not, because everyone just kind of does things differently, and they approach things at a certain time frame.
You guys are not engaged with it at all. Like, seriously? That's stupid. You know? We got to get to the bottom of this. So I am enjoying the game. I wish that more of you were enjoying it and engaging with it, but you're not, and it sucks. It sucks that I like something that you guys don't, because now... it sounds like I need another stream to beat it, but how am I going to do that when you guys aren't really engaging with the content? right? It sucks. If you don't like the content, but you like me and my channel in general, please support. Let's not have it be a dead stream. Guys, we have about a half an hour left on today's stream. It sounds like we're not going to beat the game today, but I am having a good time with it. If you guys could support the stream now in the last half hour, it would be greatly appreciated. You know, at least if we could get up to $100, I could say, okay, this stream didn't do terribly. But if we just end now where we are, yeah, sadly the stream did awful. And I do want to.
Bro, even if he got $100, he's still gonna find an opportunity to complain about that too. Like, he is not gonna be satisfied with $100 by just saying it was an alright stream. He's still gonna find ways to chastise people for not giving him the last 50. Like, that's not something I believe he would actually do. He does this all the time too, guilting people that are not interested, even though he prides himself on being a variety streamer. Variety streamer, and his content is like the popular thing everyone plays. Out of maybe like that one game as an exception because someone recommended it, but I noticed that he usually just sticks to what is currently trendy because I imagine that gets him in his mindset that would get him more money. $100, all right, let's go for 150 now.
Finish the game. How about this? If we hit $100 of support by the end of the stream, I will commit
Whatever
to
gets the
finishing
money
game.
is what he
We'll do one
plays.
more stream to wrap it up. Okay? Didn't happen. Yeah, as usual, people say, oh, the game's 2.5 hours. I know. We're about to hit 5 hours, and we're not even nearly done, so people are always full of crap when they try to review these games. Because, again, they cheat. And they...
Here's another thing. It's weird for him to say that we're not nearly done 5 hours in, because, like, how would you know how far into this game you are? Like, you clearly don't measure your own abilities when playing a game. I don't think you are in a right position to be talking about how long it's taking for you to beat a game. Because, like, you're not going to know that. You don't even address how long it's taking for you to actually do your own abilities. Is he accusing people of cheating by beating it faster? So, that's just somehow the case, isn't it?
They have guides, and they turbo through the game, and they're like, oh, you can beat the game in 2.5 hours. Yeah.
Wait. I need to hear this again. I feel like he said something really stupid, which I know, like, he always does that, but, like, I need to hear this particular sequence play out.
5 hours. I know. We're about to hit 5 hours, and we're not even nearly done, so people are always full of crap when they try to review these games. Because, again, they cheat, and they have guides, and they turbo through the game, and they're like, oh, you can beat the game in 2.5 hours. Yes, if you know how to play it and you've cheated. All right, guys, final 15 minutes of today's stream.
You know that, like, a lot of the people who rush to play a game as soon as it comes out, they usually don't make guides that fast. Like, the guides you'll get on something like IGN or other sites, they're being updated as they play through the game. Like, that's how it works. If new information comes out, they will update it, but, like, the people who usually say, like, a game takes this long are the people who usually play it before everyone else. So they have an idea of how it goes. I don't think they have a helping hand in turboing through a game they just started playing. But coming from, like, the guy who constantly pushes chat to pay him to give him the answers, like, bruh. There's usually an LP, though, unless you literally play the game the hour it releases. Yeah, that is true.
Last chance to support. If you could support in some way, I would really appreciate it. Even if it's just a small contribution, like a little super chat or $1 tip. It's better than nothing. Seriously. I would like
But
to
even then, there's sometimes review copies.
Now,
Yeah.
I don't even know if I should play this again. I want to see the ending, but if it's going to be the stream that no one supports, then I don't know what to do. I guess I'm not allowed to play different games.
It's weird for him to say things like that, like, that he enjoys the game, he wants to see how it ends, but he's not going to play it if he's not getting money. You play the games on the streams that you enjoy. I assume that's, like, the idea that people go with, like, in a general sense, you shouldn't be streaming something for the sake of making a profit. You should be streaming something because it's something you wanted to do. Like, I understand that there's things like Twitch goals that can be met, and then that makes you play the game that you set up. But the games that you set up are usually the ones you have some interest in the first place. Like, I'm not gonna take this no-name game that I know nothing about and that most people aren't gonna know anything about and put it in like a Twitch goal for people to pay for. That's not gonna be it. It's gonna be for something you're gonna end up enjoying. And I feel like you will still play the game regardless of how much you get paid because you enjoy it. I agree, streaming for profit usually negatively affects your mood and enthusiasm for streaming, very evident with DSP content. Yeah, like take into perspective the Markiplier situation with Undertale. He stopped doing let's plays of that game because the Undertale fandom were being so annoying with him about how he should play the game that at a certain point he stopped having fun and he didn't want to play it. If Markiplier cared about things like profits, he would have stuck through that game all the way to the end regardless of what people were saying, but he voluntarily chose to stop the stream because he wasn't having fun. And that was his decision, as much as Undertale fans hated him for it. The same thing happened with Jacksepticeye when he was playing Deltarune. Like, those are games that you could very easily make profit off of because of their current popularity at the time, but they chose not to do it because they weren't having fun with the game. Wouldn't move on and say, yeah, it is.
I'm really not. If I'm not playing a game where we can 100% hang out the entire time, or a game where it's like complete action all the time, apparently I'm not allowed to play it.
With Ride Check, we'll automatically check in if the unexpected happens on your ride.
You don't enjoy what you don't enjoy, and it would be likely be a sour experience for everyone if they weren't enjoying it. Yeah, part of why people would watch you play a game is because they want to see your reaction to things, and if they see that you're enjoying the game, then it means that they're in the right place. Like, people want to see you be happy playing something. That's why they're there. That's why they watch you. That's why anyone would hang out with anyone, is because they're there to have a good time. Like, if they know that you're not having a good time with something, then something will get brought up and you will want to do something else. That's just how it is. To continue something you don't like for the sake of something like profit, it's like it's the type of thing that breaks your psyche after a while because it makes you feel depressed after a long time of doing something you don't like. No support equals game sucks. Yeah, pretty much. He nails it. DSP logic in a nutshell.
Dude, we're just going in a loop. Now we're back here again. What the fuck? Dude, we're literally back at the start. What is going on?
New streaming idea venting to viewers would bang hard. It's kind of funny you say that because, like, don't some popular streamers do streams where they kind of inadvertently start venting to their chat about stuff that's happening? Like, I feel like if something bothers a streamer really badly about something, then they would say it on stream. Whether they involuntarily do it or not, then they would end up talking about it because it bothers them that much.
What is happening? Where the fuck do they want me to go? Now this is blocked, so can we go to the other side? But since I don't know what I'm doing, now I'm walking in circles endlessly, wasting so much time.
I think sometimes, usually if it's like drama shit, but other times it's them getting emotional like that chat or something. Yeah, I'm not gonna say that like chat is the perfect group when it comes to watching people play games. Even a streamer can get frustrated with chat because of what chat's doing, but like that's like a natural thing I assume would occur when you're a big time streamer though. Like, you're naturally gonna start feeling upset at something that chat does or says versus what you're doing right now. Like Spoonie streaming and yelling at a chat member that said something. Yeah. Kind of like I don't hang around his streams. I think I did it 1 or 2 times, but I was in like I was in one of Mr. Enter's chill streams, and like he was trying to be a chill guy when he was going through like his games and such, but I noticed that Mr. Enter will still have like that Mr. Enter persona of his, and he would like get a bit upset at a chat member saying something, but he would usually try to dial it back down after a bit because one reason or another. I get getting frustrated, but usually best to not let it visibly get to you too bad because it sours it for everyone. Yeah, if the streamer's having a bad time, then naturally everyone else is gonna have a bad time. That's just how it is.
For a game that really shouldn't take this long to beat. I lost it now. This is terrible. I just want this to end, so I gotta stop my stream. But look at this bullshit. Good. Wow. I mean, can we please have a word with these fucking game devs for a minute?
Hey, stupid.
Listen, I want to enjoy your game, but you have to not.
Sounds like him fitting for the one message where he bluntly tells a fan to not message him on Discord. I feel like that one is kind of an out-of-pocket thing that people spread on Twitter. He did talk about that on like a YouTube video at some point, which I guess people either forgot or haven't seen it. He basically, what was it? So he has like a rule in his. I know that he has like a rule in his Discord server where it was like 2 rules or 1 of 2. One of them was like you're not allowed to message him directly in the server. I think you were allowed to DM him if you want something specific to tell him about, but like even then, that's a sketchy thing because he's a bit untrustworthy of strangers messaging him on DMs. You weren't allowed to DM him directly on, or like you weren't allowed to add him directly in his server for one reason or another. I forgot why. And another one was like, if a person is having a conversation with him in the server about something, a member is not allowed to step in and change the subject by talking about something else, because he finds that doing that derails the conversation that he was initially having and causes him to go into a different direction, and he wants to enter the type of person who wants to stay consistent with what he's trying to talk about, which is why he usually snaps at the people in his Discord chat because of this, which is what led to like the guy trying to add him directly about something irrelevant to what was happening in that chat, and that's what caused Mr. Enter to snap at him. And I feel like if it wasn't a YouTube video, I remember reading it somewhere else that Mr. Enter did bring it up at one point. It's just that I know that people took that line and they took it out of context and spread that everywhere, like, this is why he's a bad person. But I feel like he has a reason for doing it, I just don't really agree with the reasoning. I feel like he could have just done things differently even if he were to bring it up at one point. And I won't lie though, like, I'm also the type of person that doesn't really... If you're gonna at me in a server or something, if it's not like a server I'm very active in already, then I better be like a reason why you're adding me. And if you're adding me for like something that isn't really that particularly in, like it's not something you want me personally to talk about, but more like adding everyone, then after a while I kind of get tired of seeing it because it fills up my feed. So my new philosophy is that unless I'm active in that server consistently, then I wouldn't mind it. But if I'm not in like a server where I talk that much for one reason or another, if you have something you want to ask of me, you can just ask me that in DMs. Like, I would be fine with that. Just don't at me in the server, because I don't like talking around a lot of people I don't care to talk around. The thing is, I think I see why he has some traits that makes him antagonistic like that, where it felt a bit rude the way it was worded, but I can't say I've ever seen him as an awful person. Mr. Enter has his problems. Like, I'm not gonna say he's a perfect person even after trying to improve, but at the very least, I can commend him for at least trying to better himself as an individual going forward. He still messes up because you can't change core principles about yourself. You either just end up one way or another, and Mr. Enter is just that type of person. There's no changing that character of his, but at the very least, he is trying to make things better, and that is something I can admire because most people who are in that position wouldn't do that. Like, the modern version of Mr. Enter right now would be that one guy who made the 5-hour Toy Story review, or Toy Story 4 review. Like, that guy is a lot more inconsiderate of other people's words when they talk to him, because I would because I did look into him a bit about like the contents he makes. I like a lot of the points he makes about the movies that he talks about, but when he gets criticism from people, like genuine ones, he does snap at them in the same way Mr. Enter would. And some areas might be a bit worse because he kind of words it a lot more than Mr. Enter would. So, like, I don't think he's gonna improve upon himself as much as he might claim he would, but Mr. Enter is someone who is at least trying. Yeah, him. I keep up with him a bit so I can see what he's doing next, but I do know that like he does get very aggressive when it comes to talking to people who don't exactly align with his beliefs. So I would say he's the modern Mr. Enter. He just hasn't done anything particularly egregious like Mr. Enter has on one occasion or two. Most of the controversy around him is just a bad take about a cartoon, 9/11, or just someone rude mishandled. Definitely not on the level of other low-count people on the platform. The worst thing Mr. Enter has ever done is probably like in his early years where he tried to dox the SpongeBob creator. He tried to dox people who worked on the SpongeBob episodes he didn't like, and I do think, and even he himself addressed that was like a very terrible thing he did, and he does regret every decision he made after that point. Like that video of him like talking about the top 10 worst videos he ever made, he does go very hard on what he said, but more importantly, he goes very hard on himself as a person. Like when you watch that number one spot video he has, you can tell that he's very, very spiteful about who he was back then. Which, I'm not entirely sure how I feel about that, because I feel like, I myself has made my own problems over the years that I do want to forget and or improve upon, but even then I wouldn't be that hard on myself because, the things that happened back then happened, and they happened to lead me to this point where I am now. Like, it's just part of growth. You go through bad times to eventually appreciate the good times. That's how it should be. And that's, I think, like Mr. Enter probably hates himself more than other people would hate him. At least his past self. He made a worst game of all time and put Super Mario 64 on it. He was very determined to try to throw Mario 64 under the bus because, like, his criticisms of Mario 64 just does not slide, funny enough. Even, like, as he's defending it today, it still doesn't really make sense compared to what it actually is. Like, to say one of the most iconic games of all time is, like, the worst game ever made is, like, no. I understand, like, camera controls are wonky and such, but that game, Mario 64, is a very relatively smooth game to play through. Like, the amount of tech you could do with Mario's movements in Mario 64 is an illustration of just how good of a 3D platformer it is, even today. Like, the camera being the worst thing it has going for it isn't even that bad in comparison to all the greats it has. I think I remember him reacting to Toy Story 4 with a friend, like, criticizing her for enjoying things about it. Don't remember much, but I saw it. He made a vid about his worst mistakes, and he handled it very well, IMO. But yeah, I can't say I've ever felt hate towards Mr. Enter, even if he screws up at times. His criticisms were legit, just get good, because the controls weren't as tight as Odyssey. Also, he put Mario's lower than Hello Neighbor, like... I feel like when he made that worst games of all time list, I understand that he was making it out of, like, his own personal feelings of the game, rather than the games being judged on an objective scale. Cause, like, when he got to, like, games like, Apollo Justice and such, I remember distinctly that all of what he says about that were from his own personal feelings of the game, because of his deep attachment for Ace Attorney, rather than, like, the game itself being bad, cause realistically, the mechanics of Apollo Justice isn't inherently bad. Like, it was bad enough that Capcom became aware of it, and they updated the game when they made Dual Destinies, which was a far better designed game than Apollo Justice was, but at the same time, like, there are people who do like that game, so it has to have done something right for people to enjoy it. But a lot of what he said about those games were mostly coming from like his personal feelings on the game rather than an objective scale, which I think that was something he probably should have said when he was doing that video. He did say that, but that didn't really make his points towards it being bad any better, especially when you're talking about Mario 64 being poorly designed when it was very objectively well made for the time. Yeah, I feel like if there's one major flaw he has right now, is that he cannot separate objective criticism from subjective criticism. Like, to say that Mario 64 is a poorly designed game is an objective criticism that is not right, because the evidence is very contrary into what that actually is. What time is it right now? 4 hours? Alright. Whereas, if he just said that he didn't like Mario 64, then that's fine, because that's just his belief. Like, not everyone's gonna like a game, much like how not everyone is going to hate the game either. But he tries to slip objective stuff into his subjective takes, and that's where things go wrong. Story opinions and such can be better understood. Mario 64 was just an insane hate boner from someone who didn't bother adapting to its controls. He almost went in expecting wanting to hate it. Yeah. Yeah. But, going back to, like, Mr. Enter stuff, I would at least wish that people wouldn't hang his problems on his head so much as they do nowadays, because, like, and, like, it's abundantly clear that people don't really pay attention to the fact that Enter is actually trying to be better. They just kind of, they still cling on to, like, his mistakes and hang that over him so much that it can feel pretty demoralizing that there will always be a lot of people that'll still hate you for being the stuff that you did, rather than, like, at least coming to understand that you are trying to be better as a person. Some people just will not let go. I think that's the key thing here. I think people were worse about it back then, to be honest. He had commentaries made on him weekly back in, like, 2016. That was, like, a trend people were chasing because it was fun to hate on the guy who was being angry at SpongeBob. Which, I won't lie, like, yeah, he was harsh, but, I think that was also around the time when SpongeBob was starting to get a bit of a resurgence with its episodes, so now you had, like, new SpongeBob fans who were hating on him for hating on the show, and, like, it's kind of funny because now we're at the point where SpongeBob's now bad again, but it's bad for different reasons. Like, it's not doing gross out stuff on the tea and such, it's just that it's a very annoying show that has nothing to say anymore. It's kind of funny because, like, the Patrick Star show is more intriguing of a concept than SpongeBob, and that says something. Because, like, if you were to watch at least a few of the Patrick Star show episodes, you'd find that the people who are making it are far more creative with what they decide to do for an episode than what SpongeBob does nowadays. People are just Twitter cloud chasers that want a quick laugh. Not all of his criticism was even bad. Like, it was silly, he took it so personally, but most of the episodes he reviewed in general were pretty shitty, poorly written. I know that, like, I like to say that he sits down and actually tries to write down his thoughts as concise as possible, but I feel like, I think he admitted that some of the stuff he writes, like, not in, like, a relatively short time, and then sends it out for editors to make out of. Like, I wouldn't say his thoughts are on the fly, but I do feel like he does kind of semi-rushes his thoughts out when making a YouTube video. I know, like, when he does his long, big projects, those are the ones that are really notable of how much he understands what he's trying to talk about. Like, his best videos being, like, the Technocracy videos are very good representation of the fact that he does understand the stuff that he's passionate about, It's just that he's not going about it in a way that it can be considered great. I think yelling at the fictional Patrick Star character and telling him to go to hell is a little overblown, Lamau. It's funny you say that because, like, we're now at the point where... Okay, so, like, people are hating on him for that back then, but now we're at the point where we had a case of... What was it? I am reminded of like, the Captain America TV series, or Falcon and the Winter Soldier, when that came out. There was a character that people who watched the episode hated so much, they actually sent death threats to the original actor for daring to play such a character everyone hated. And, like, that hatred of that character extended all the way to the new Avengers movie. Like, people really conflated the character with the actor and actually tried to send him death threats because he chose to play that character. But yeah, he is right that Patrick's writing has gone downhill. Like, that cannot be denied. Yeah. I like people meme that people cannot separate fiction from reality and such, or like people would treat fictional characters like real people and people would treat real people like fictional characters, and there's no distinction between the two. That's the kind of meme I see all the time, and it still rings true today. Unless the actor is like a horrible serial rapist or something. Yeah. Like, I can understand if the actor does something bad, but, like, to hate someone because they played a character in a show that is supposed to be the bad guy, or it's presented as the bad guy, is just, it's not right, man. Like, you can't be doing that, no matter the situation.
Make it fucking annoying. You have to make it fun to play, rewarding. Not wandering around in the fucking dark with no idea where to go to finish your stage. Come on. Look, I hear nothing. Now I can't even find where to fucking go. Why am I so mad? Because I'm annoyed. If I'm having a good time and I've invested 5 hours of my time in it, I don't want it to then jump off a fucking cliff. And that's what's happening right now. This is so annoying. We found the ghost. That should have been the end of the chapter. And then you're on to the next. Not wander around in the dark for no fucking reason.
Okay, so, like, if I was in this situation where there's, like, a dark void, the logical thing I would do is just to keep walking straight, because sooner or later I'm gonna run into a wall or the thing that I need to go to. Like, usually game devs will make it at least a bit of a distinction of where you need to go, but the logical through line is that you would walk straight through the dark anyways, because if you try to turn around in the dark, you'll end up wandering in circles without even realizing it. And I feel like that's what DSP's doing here, and he doesn't even know it. Like, I'm noticing that he turns his character around every now and then, which throws off his movement, so he's actually going in, like, longer circles than he realizes. But normally, the logical thing would be to walk straight, and you'll eventually hit a wall or the thing you need. And if you hit a wall, I would try to hug the wall until I find a scenario in which I could find the path I'm supposed to go to. Because rooms like these generally aren't endless. They usually have, like, a through line if you just stick to it. Oil fans would understand that, alright. Yeah, they would. Oh, man. Gacha games are something else, and their fans are even better.
We're already done. I already solved it. Why am I doing this again? I don't hear anything. I don't hear anything anymore. Do you? All I hear is the squeakiness. That's all I hear is the squeak. I don't hear anything anymore, so I have no idea where to go. This is insanely stupid. How dumb could they have been? Let's make a giant, insanely dark room. The light is only local to your feet. This is clown mode shit. I just want to fucking go to the next part. I literally already beat this part. Look, there's the dog bed. What the fuck, man? Dude, what is fucking wrong with these morons?
Text PayPal. Gotta make sure he gets paid for this, am I right?
Morons. I mean, really? Did anyone ever ask someone, is this fun to play? When you make a game, there's a critical component, fun factor. You must ask a person who will test your game, is this fun? Who the fuck in their right mind would say, yes, walking around in darkness with nothing but minor audio cues you can barely hear is fun? This is chapter 22.
That is something I noticed, like, DSP doesn't wear headphones when he streams, huh? Like, he always just plays the audio straight from the TV or the screen or something, like he doesn't wear headphones? If that's the case, then, like, no wonder he can barely hear anything, because some games are better played with headphones on, so you get the full immersive experience. DSP intellectual mode is always funny. Trust me, he knows game design. The God of War dev would know. I feel like he's like the rare streamer I've noticed who doesn't voluntarily wear headphones when they play something while streaming. Everyone else I would watch do like wear headphones to an extent, so they at least can at least hear what's happening.
Gaia one, which really isn't chapter 22, but that's what they call it. The sad fact is I already beat it. We found the ghost. Why am I still walking around? Why didn't it just end there? I don't know what to do. I'm done. Wow, you finally did it. You made the game that breaks me. With its insane level of stupidity of how you made it. I'm too dense to find this fun and thrilling. No, that's the point. I'm not dense enough to find it fun and thrilling. It's stupid. This is...
What the hell is he talking about? Can we get like that line isolated in like a YouTube clip so that way we can just immortalize it? Cause like, what did he even mean by that? I need to watch that again. That was just, what even was that?
With its insane level of stupidity of how you made it. I'm too dense to find this fun and thrilling. No, that's the point. I'm not dense enough to find it fun and thrilling. It's stupid. This is really dumb right now. I was enjoying other puzzles and things, but now the game has gotten to the point where it's not respecting your time. It's literally wasting your fucking time. No queue, no help. You already found the ghost, yet you have to continue to walk in fucking circles.
Same old phone? Nah. Upgrade to the new Galaxy Z Fold 7.
Why? So guys, we are nearly halfway through the stream, and we have $25 of support, which is very, very slow for a normal stream.
Oh hey, he's playing something else now. But that is kind of funny of like, he's not dense enough. Like, is he trying to say that he's too smart for this game to enjoy it in the way that dumb people do? I guess?
I don't know what's going on. Last time we played this at night, we had outstanding levels of support. I thought that people actually wanted it back as a day stream. This is actually why I said we're going to do 2 test streams, you understand? Just to make sure that one wasn't a fluke. With 1 more hour left. We're at $35 of support.
Classic DSP intellectual logic trying to say a sentence like that. He legitimately said a sentence like that and thought that it sounded smart.
We have 115 to go to hit the goal and to have GTA 4 go back to day streams and to put the DLCs in contention so that we can actually play them instead of just the base game. So if you like GTA 4, if you want more of it, because there will be more of it if it's a day stream. If you want the DLCs, you must support tonight. If not, it's staying as a night stream till the end of the playthrough, and we won't do the DLCs. Okay? I like the game. I'm enjoying hanging out with you guys, but we've got to get support for it. And right now it's doing poor, like really poorly. So let's get something going. How about we get a tip for $5? How about we get a super chat for more than $2? How about we get some support for the game that you guys asked for and voted for? We have about a half an hour left on tonight's stream, everyone. I hate to keep bringing it up. Really, I do. I hate to keep talking about it. But
You heard it here, folks. He hates that he has to keep bringing up him begging for money. How considerate of him having to hate the idea of begging for money, but he's gonna do it because he has to. How considerate.
don't know why the stream is not getting supported tonight. I'm lost. I really am. Last time we played this on a night stream, people were really happy, and we got tons of support. Now, what's happened tonight? We're not even at a third of the goal. Please support the stream right now. We already did it one stream. I needed two to qualify and be sure that it was going to work. Because I don't want it to be up and down and all around. You know what I'm saying? I don't want it to be one night it's great, one night it's terrible. One stream is great, and one stream no one cares. And right now, that's what it looks like it's happening. Where last time we played this and I did really well. And now all of a sudden we can't even hit a third of the goal. It's just crazy. So if anyone here, I think we know some of the people who come by sometimes last minute to support. If any of you are thinking of doing that, please do it now. Because I can't stay extra late. I got to get out of here tonight. Spend some time with my wife. All right? And I understand that some people like to wait till the last minute. Well, I can't always be here staying late. So please, if you were going to support, let's hit that goal now. Let's get that support in now so that we know that we're doing GTA 4 as a day stream later in the week. If not, it's just going to be a night stream again later in the week. Okay? I'm just going to try to do this fast, I guess, and that'll be it for tonight's stream. So, guys, it's official. We're not going to hit the goal. I'm really not seeing it happen. So that means this will continue as night streams only. I'll probably play it 1 to 2 times a week on a night stream until it's done. Good thing that we only have about a third left after this because it's not doing well, and that's sad. I wish it was because I was enjoying the playthrough. Like I said, I was actually strongly considering doing the DLCs because I've only done them once ever, and it would be awesome to do them a second time because I don't really...
Man, that's gonna suck. How am I ever gonna be able to enjoy watching Darkside Phil play the Ballad of Gay Tony? Man, he's gonna miss out on peak GTA 4 content if he doesn't get that $150. Too bad I value my money more than I value him, so I'm still wouldn't pay him.
Remember them? I want to apologize to those who like the playthrough. I like it. But you have to understand that I have to have games in the rotation as day streams that are going to work. I mean, to give you some perspective here, today I played Ludo. Ludo is this indie horror thriller game. It's not doing great, but today with Ludo, I'm not kidding you, I made about twice as much as I just did on this stream. So I don't know what's going on with GTA 4 that some days we do really well and other days it goes badly. So GTA 4 will remain a night stream. I will likely try to do one more later this week and go from there. Listen, I've given this game more than enough chances, right? We tried it as day streams, it stopped working. We had it as night streams, it's not working. So what can you do? All right, I'm still going to continue it. We are still going to finish it. I hope that you will show up for future streams of it. And for those of you watching on demand, I hope you'll keep watching it on demand. All right, guys. Yeah, I'm sad. I am. I like the game. I was really hoping that we were going to have a second night where it was going to do well, and it didn't happen. This is exactly why I said I was waiting 2 streams to make the decision to move it back to the daytime stream. This is literally the exact reason why.
I e-bag, right? You're constantly asking your viewers and your fans for contribution.
Snake?
Yes!
Oh man.
Hint, hint.
Let's take a peek here at the comments before I start the grind. It's crazy how he expects $300 a day from like 5 people. You could be surprised how many of those 5 people will actually pay him just enough so they can keep playing something at the last minute, apparently. Reduce it and give it to other people. He gets manipulative as hell when he doesn't get his goals. Stalling, guilt tripping, and more. Yeah, that's the classic DSP fluff. People are full of shit and they lie about stuff. Coming from Phil of all people, yeah, that's awesome. Perfect. Phil still believes the game determines the success of streams, when in reality it's the streamer that does. Yeah, that's how it works. Like people just go to watch the streamer for the streamer stuff. They don't support something just because their favorite game is being played. That's not how it works. They can just go to any other person for that. But they go to you because they want to watch your stuff. I love how he always equates I'm not getting money constantly to I guess I can't play this anymore. Cat must weigh 400 pounds by now, considering all the fast food they eat. Oh man. DSP would easily make 4 bans if he promised a cat update. Alright, so let's start the grind, cause we're gonna have to. I don't want to do the Elite Four today. I think it can be done. Like if it really can't be done, then I'll hold it off for next stream and just throw that in as a final completion to everything. But I want to see if I could do it today. So we're gonna power through the grind with speed up, and we're gonna see how well that goes. So let me get everything ready. Right, there we go. Mind the ears, cause we've got a bit to do grinding wise. And the speed up prompt can be a bit of a thing to listen to, so that's gonna be fun. Where is the ear? Wait, there it is. Actually, I'll lower it down for you guys, just so that way, you don't have to get your too much of an annoyance from listening to the fast forward audio. So let's do it. What I need to. First person up, it's gonna be Yorihime, so let's get Rixie to help out with this. Wait, no. It should be Quagmire because of these particular Bonicas. At least I'm hoping that they take care of them, because Yorimi's steel type, so that's gonna be problematic if she can't do it. That is going to be the first of many, many, many fights. Realistically, I probably could have just done this off stream and then just came back in full force, but nah. I'm gonna torture my one my one viewer with this awesome stream, this awesome grind session that I totally should have just cut out entirely, but nah, this is how I chose to do things. And I have to commit to it. So if I somehow don't get this by like 5 hours, then if I don't do the grinding by like 5 hours in somehow, then I will just stop there because I feel like that goes on for a bit too long. Can you believe that there are people who would legitimately... There are people who would legitimately, like... They would listen to music or watch an anime episode with, like, fast forward sped up. Like, there are people out there that would actually watch something like that with the fast forward, with the speed up prompts active. And I have no idea what is in their right mind to do something like that. Like, is your attention span so terrible that you have to have speed up for everything that you watch and consume? Just so you can get some entertainment out of it? Y'all will never survive watching something like, Azumanga Daioh in its current state, because, like, that is a slow burner if I've ever seen one, and people are gonna hate it. All the 90% of the fans who say they claim they love it would just hate it after a while because of how slow it is. I don't believe people, man. Like, imagine if I was to do like a normal stream, but every game I play has been sped up by 2 times because I felt like Zoomers would not be able to pay attention to what's happening. That wouldn't be right, man. I would hate it. At least in this context, I'm only doing it for the sake of getting something relatively annoying out of the way. Reminds me of that browser extension that was made to speed up slow parts of anime with a hotkey. The fact that there is a browser extension that exists for that very purpose is just not right. Like, I'm sorry, like... If you're not gonna watch something in the way that it's intended, then why are you even watching it? It's like the people who claim they're like fans of something even though all they did was watch a YouTube video about it. Man, I feel sorry for what the future of the generation is gonna look like if people are that low attention span. Muddy water? It's actually not that great, so we're just gonna skip over it. No. Yeah. It's got base accuracy 90 and 85 power versus Surf's 95 power and 100 accuracy. It's not worth it. I just realized Yorihimi's level creep is starting to come in because now it's taking longer to get experience for a level up, and she has like the Lucky Egg effect too, so that doesn't bode well for the rest of my guys. Though, everyone else is like relatively high leveled, so they should be fine getting to level 50 within the due time that I want them to. People who watch, like, anime sped up will never enjoy something as awesome as Breaking Bad and Better Call Saul, because those are, like, masterclass slow burners, too. Granted, they probably wouldn't even watch most of the show, they just skip to, like, the funny meme moments and that's it. Because that's all they would talk about from it. So the funny thing about, like, Breaking Bad, when I was, like, toying around with the idea of doing my mouth-watching video, like, just making a really long shitpost about it, there's a character in the game whose first name is, like, his name is Jimmy, and he's supposed to be, like, one of the most important characters from the group. I was gonna make a recurring joke where, like, because his name is Jimmy, and it's the same as, like, James McGill for Saul Goodman, I was just gonna make a bunch of Saul Goodman callbacks and memes based off this one guy. And my thought process for it was gonna be what I thought would be something hilarious, but I have to see how it actually comes out if I ever commit to it. Like, the logic I was gonna do with the video was, it was gonna be in the perspective of those obligatory professional critical game reviewers who, like, does the pseudo-smart conversations and the big words and such, and I was gonna, like, it was gonna be structured in a way where it sounded like that on paper, but as I got into it, my explanations would slowly become more and more unhinged. And, like, unless you're somehow so dense you don't really get the obvious jokes I make, a lot of what I would say about mouth-watching probably would even apply to mouth-watching in of itself, but it's not like people play mouth-watching for that purpose anyways, so, like, what do I know? Get in the pool, okay. Like, one of my genius ideas for it was gonna be, I'll switch you to Marissa. Try attack. My genius idea was gonna be like, there's supposed to be a segment where Jimmy has like a revelation of sorts, and he confronts like another character about this. I was just gonna reenact the entire, what was it? I was gonna reenact the entire iconic court scene that his brother has with him, and put that in the format of the review as, like, illustrating what the character said. And it, I don't know, in my mind I thought that would be funny. So I guess my pseudo-review of it would probably be obsolete now, considering the game was pulled from stores because of the controversy surrounding that game and the Visa MasterCard thing, so oops, I guess I missed my mark. Or maybe it's actually still relevant, because when people were talking about it, they were saying, like, how could they gatekeep such a wonderful game from people buying it? Yeah, so like, when Visa MasterCard were strong-arming Steam and Itch.io to take off games from their servers, a lot of it was like porn games, because that was what they were aiming for. But the first game to actually get cut from the marketplace that people actually liked was mouth-watching, of all things, because of the implied interactions the girl character had in it. So they used that as the validation to cut the game from the store, which it is stupid that they did do that, but at the same time, like, it's kind of funny watching people coming out and saying, like, mouth-watching is such an expertly designed game that it is so rude of them to, it is so mean of them to take it off the store for that reason. Oh, that's good. It might have been just Itch.io then, because, like, I remember that game was taken down because of its content warnings and such. I just know that when mouth-watching was brought up, that was when, like, that was when shit hit the fan and everyone started coming out and saying, like, why they shouldn't do it. It was that game, and later on, it confirmed that, like, Fear and Hunger was another game that got pulled from itch.io or one of the services. So yeah, I just find it funny that those two games were the one that got pulled, and those were the ones that like have the controversial fan base who don't even play the games or don't even or think it's like highly intellectual stuff. Only they don't care if it's a nobody, but will lose it if it's a claimed game. Yeah, pretty much. I know that there are people who were always against like the people were against it from the start, and a majority of people were like, nah, that's not gonna happen, Chief. Like, they'd never do that. And now they're just kind of reaping what they sow, so that's an interesting turnaround. Let's head on back. Apparently, some, like, indie devs started getting notifications from, not MasterCard, Visa, but, like, other, not developers, people who work on the services they're going to use. Apparently, they got notices telling them that their game wasn't going to be allowed to be posted on that game site because of the circumstances surrounding the, Actually, let's get Marissa out, because these guys are Earth types. Because of the circumstances surrounding MasterCard Visa controversies. So, it does suck that, like, some indie devs who are trying to make horror games aren't able to make the games that they want under these conditions. And I do wish that something could be done about it, but I don't know how much could be done in retrospect, because I'm not an expert on that sort of thing. There we go. And now we can switch over to Lucky for the rest of this. Yeah, Rixie. Yeah. I am definitely against that kind of censorship. Really just restricts the media that can be made and does good for no one in the variety of experimental stuff we see. I know, like, limitations breed creativity, but, like, it isn't exactly what I was expecting when I said that statement. Because, like, there's, like, if you're gonna limit things of a certain way, it just opens the door to you being able to limit more than what you want. And eventually we'll get to a point in the future where everything is super safe and squeaky clean and nothing could ever be controversial ever again. And then that's when all of media dies. Everything in the future is new Super Mario Bros. Oh no. Don't let it be so, man. I don't want Memento. That move sucks. It's kind of funny you say, like, new Super Mario Bros. Because I don't know if you saw on Twitter. Apparently someone posted a rumor that apparently to celebrate Mario's anniversary, they're going to release the new Super Mario Trilogy pack. And it was going to have, like, New Super Mario Bros. DS, New Super Mario Bros. Wii, and then New Super Mario Bros. 2 on it. And I thought like, oh man, I know you had to have said something about that. Like I feel like if you saw that, like, I know you were gonna say something about it, because like that is literally everything that we've been talking about regarding Mario up until that point. And to see that now, it's just like, what even is happening? If that turns out to be true, then like, bruh, are we gonna get something that is possibly worse than 3D All-Stars? I don't want that to be a case. Why are there people asking for Mario Bros. U and Luigi U to be part of the collection? Like, did people forget just how bad it was when those games came out? Because of the circumstances with the new games? True, I should make a banger. I saw it because I reposted it. Not only that, but like, I would argue Mario Bros. U games are already on the Nintendo Switch in of itself, so like, there wouldn't be much of a point to it. This isn't like it's not like Mario Galaxy 2, where the gameplay format of Mario Galaxy 2 is different enough from Galaxy 1 that it could be passed off as its own game, rather than something being an expansion. But Mario Bros. U is just more of Mario Bros. Wii. I don't know how much more you would really want from it. And Luigi U is just Mario Bros. U if it was like on crack in terms of how difficult it is. Like, I would argue Luigi Bros. U was not designed with multiplayer because of how awful it is to do it with multiple people. I do not want to see a time in which, when that game comes out, people do a revisionist history of like trying to argue that the Wii games were always great and that people were hating on it for no reason. Luigi U, unironically, the best New Super Mario Bros. Game because it's actually challenging. A Mario game being challenging, it's kind of funny in practice because like it's usually like 90% of the game is relatively straightforward. And then, like, the final level is the hardest thing ever. And there's, like, no in between. If I play Donkey Kong Bonanza, the last, like, mission or something, it's gonna be, like, the hardest thing ever. That's just how it goes. Not the highest bar, but still a rest are like 6 out of 10. That's just a Nintendo staple at this point. I remember the days of Odyssey and the New Moon missions. Those were fun. I remember when in Galaxy 2, like, they had the final gauntlet that you had to go through at the last level, and like, not only do you have to go through it normally, but they even made a harder version where you have to go through it without getting hit. And I thought that was like the coolest shit imaginable when I played it at that point, because like I will admit that I had a hard time going through that challenge. Odyssey Moon missions were cool. Even DSP cheesed it. Of course he would cheese it. Of course he would find a way to cheese it. Grandmaster Galaxy, I believe, was the first example of Nintendo doing the super hard finale level. That shit destroyed me as a kid. It really did, like, test my patience on how far I could actually go with that. Like, I loved it because of how long it took for me to do it. The funny part is he didn't discover a cheat or anything. He just looked up a well-known frog glitch and skipped the only thing. The frog glitch is funny, I will admit, but like, I also wouldn't be surprised that he chose to do that. How much money do I have? That's enough to get me the TM. No matter the situation, superpower will always hurt. That much is the undeniable truth. By the way, I don't know if you heard, but like, they finally released an overview trailer for the new Nintendo Switch 2 edition of Kirby and the Forgotten Land. And I thought that was awesome because, like, it would be a nice revisit to that game because of what they're adding to make the experience more intriguing. Because, like, apparently, in addition to a revamped level system, they're gonna add in an extra hard version of the boss gauntlet. So, like, Kirby players are not gonna be in shambles. DSP is gonna be in shambles if he has to replay that gauntlet, because I think he never actually finished it. I think he like rage quitted before the Alphalin fight. Here, I'll send you a clip. I'll send you like the overview trailer in DMs or something when I get the time. Yeah, he rage quitted on that. That was funny. I'm kind of impressed and not impressed that he managed to get that far though. Like, that's something, but like, compared to Dark Souls, bro, Kirby in the Forgotten Land is the Dark Souls of Kirby games. It was just funny. Might be the most pathetic DSP rage quit, honestly. Yeah. Yeah, man, like, coming from the guy who plays Dark Souls for a living, to hear him rage quit a game that's not even like Dark Souls at all, but just has action in it, is just funny. The Persona 3 final boss is just funny in retrospect, because yeah, it is challenging. But, with enough perseverance, you could eventually do it too. Whoa, my music turned off. Wait. Not gonna lie, I would probably prefer it this way. I don't want to keep I don't want to keep listening to the fast forward music for too long. Then my psyche will go insane. Just don't mind the silence, but well, we're done. We'll be done with this soon enough. But yeah, they're gonna add a harder boss rush for Forgotten Lands arena fight. I think that's gonna be interesting because, like, personally, I thought that it was already challenging as it is. Like, Kirby, in terms of Kirby stuff, the boss EX gauntlets are always challenging because I find that they do kind of test your abilities on how well you could deal with Kirby stuff, even with like the iframes and such you would get from Kirby moves. So, like, unless unless you're like a really hardcore, Kirby player, then you'll probably deal with them just fine. But personally, I think the average person who somehow manages to get to that point is gonna find that it is indeed a challenge. I think that Robobot. No, not Robobot. Star Allies might have been the apex of how absurdly difficult something can get before it becomes a bit too much. Especially the update that they did, the big update they did for it. So find out that it's gonna have an even harder version. It's gonna be interesting because like, my first time beating that mode was as a Needle Kirby, so I'm gonna see if I can be able to pull that off again. I did eventually go back and beat it with every Kirby form for the sake of just doing it, so it is possible. It's just you kind of just have to know what you're doing. Also, the harder version would imply like there is indeed maybe like specific boss fights new to the game that we haven't even seen yet. So like, I'm excited to see what would come from it. And considering I already own the game, I could just get the the $10 boost and be able to experience it like that. So that's gonna be awesome. Once Critter levels up, then it's gonna be Rixie, and then we will finally be able to at least try the E4 once. And if I don't win at any point, I'll call the stream there, and we'll save it for when I do the actual finale stream for it. During that time, and then we will move on with Mario Eclipse for the rest of it. Let's switch over to Quagmire to make this a bit faster. Oh yeah, PK, if you're there, I do want to ask, like, it's been a good couple of weeks. Maybe I think it's been a good few weeks since we last did it. When do you think you'd be down for another stream session with me? It could either be like going through the rest of Peaks of Towers noise content, or we could try we could actually try playing that Legend of Zelda Four Swords game and see how that is. I think you could play with 2 people. I don't know if it requires 4, but I'm pretty sure you can get away with 2. I'm thinking the next couple of rounds, that should be enough to get Rixie to level 50, and then we can go through the Elite Four fights. we go. Might actually be good for tomorrow or Friday if you want to do it then. I could do tomorrow. I get off of work early tomorrow, so it'd be a nice thing to do overnight. I could take a nap halfway through, so I'll actually be wide awake for it. On the plus side of playing Four Swords, if we're gonna play like the GBA one, then you'll actually be able to have a file of what is it? Link to the Past and Four Swords, where you actually do have all the content in one bundle, because Link to the Past unlocks content for you if you actually complete Four Swords Adventures as a side option. And unless you know how to do a famous glitch to get into the bonus content, then you wouldn't have access to it any other way. And I had done the glitch numerous times when playing Link to the Past on my GBA copy, and I won't lie, I think it's pretty nice. It's not like lay epic revelation stuff, but it is nice. I just kind of wish that you didn't have to rely on other people to get to that point, but I can understand that they wanted something extra, so there's that. Don't have much planned this weekend either, but next weekend I have Mia coming over next weekend, so likely not then. That's understandable. I'm sure you two will have a great time together as always. No, it's fine. I make mistakes like that all the time when I type in stuff on Twitter or Twitch chat or all that. Alright, everyone is ready and good to go. We're gonna give that E4 a shot and we're gonna see how far we can get through it. Let's just go ahead, rush all the way back, and then we'll be golden. Actually, since Mia goes to bed so early with her job, I always like that. She kind of just falls asleep when she's in streams with us. I don't mind it. If she's able to sleep soundly, then that's good for her. Let's grab our flyer. I'm sure there's like items around I could probably grab, but I don't want to right now because that'll just take more time. And I think we're going through enough time to stream as is. Alright. Let me get up for this. Let's go ahead and raise the volume up a bit back to what it's supposed to be. There we go. Let's go ahead and let's go ahead and grab everyone. Wait, no, I'm stupid. I was supposed to get the TM. Pretend I didn't do this, but this little bit. That I was actually supposed to go to Celadon so I could see if I could pick up that. I think the flamethrower TM is probably be more useful. Thunderbolt would be for like a couple of specific bonus on my team, and Ice Beam only goes to one person, or probably two. But I think Toyohime could Toyohime can make it work. PP 500, that'll work. That only gets me 1, but that's fine. 1 is all I need. So let's see what we find. What's this one? Ice Beam. Steel Fist is a... It is the steel... It's the steel type physical move that you would want for your physical Bonacas. In the off chance they don't have, like, draw line or something else to use. That would be what you'd pick. Thunderbolt. This one might be Shadow Ball. Yeah. And Flamethrower is the one way on the bottom. There is a way to get, like, every TM later on, but we haven't reached that point, so I don't want to think about it too much. And plus, that opportunity only comes up in post-game anyway, so it's just what I have to do for now. First, we're going to teach it to Marissa because she needs something better than, or something more reliable than Heat Wave. And then we're going to teach it to Lucky because Lucky can actually get away with using it. With those moves, Lucky should now be in her current powerhouse state, so she's able to get away with a lot of stuff. A lot of the matchups she would have can be easily taken care of in her current condition. Let's go ahead and fly over to... over here. Do we have any PP restoring items? Let me see. We got an elixir, I guess. I kinda hate that there's only one elixir. I really wish I could have found opportunities to get more. Maybe if I had actually looked around a bit better, I could probably have found more, but it seems like I'm gonna have to make do with the limited move pool I have right now. So we'll go ahead and grab it. And we'll grab these two. I'll take the Math Revive too, because it could be useful. And then we're gonna see what we do with these. Later on, you will find a location that lets you buy PP moves at an affordable rate, so like, you don't have to think too much about it after that point. But that's also in post-game. Alright, this is it. The big kahuna, the real deal, the finale of this Touhoumon base game stream. Could be it. Could not. Let's find out. I'm tired of stalling. We're gonna lead off with who would I lead off with? I know that the ice person is up first, and I don't know if they send out an ice water or an ice other type. If it's someone else, then Marissa could sweep it, but the problem is that if it turns out to be ice water, then she can't really sweep that. She would have to set up first, and then she would get KO'd by a water move. So probably something like, I'm thinking Lucky should probably be up front, and then we'll see where we go from there. go ahead and bring out Lucky. Yorihime wouldn't be a bad choice either because she resists water moves and still can help her defeat ice types. So I might lead off with her instead. Let me get up for this because I gotta lock in. Alright. Yeah, we get the gist. Let's do it. Okay, so she has water guys instead. Or maybe it'll be a mix of both. I think like it's mostly water though. This is an interesting position I'm in because if I had no, Thunderbolt wouldn't work either because she resists it. Let's just do Calm Mind for now. That's gonna be a 3-hitter. I think I can put in one more Calm Mind and then see if Extra Sensory could one-shot. Hopefully. Not unless she gets frozen, in which case, well, that's that. Whoa, man. Calm down there, Yorihime. Oh, she got Water Jet. It didn't matter. Great start. Gets frozen 2013. No! Oh, I don't want to hear that. She's got Waterfall, though, so that means I can't send Marissa out. Let's, bring out Old Reliable. You flinched after that? Damn. Okay, so what would I do now? Not much I can do, to be honest. It doesn't help that everyone keeps glitching. Cyrano is ice water. At least the T version is ice water. So, can't really do much here. Sending in Marissa would be kind of suicidal because if I don't KO with the discharge, then she will get one shot by Surf. There is no arguments against that. It also doesn't help that Cyrano is fast, even with, like, her technical position makes her slightly slower. Alright, so she might heal her, which means I could probably use something else, since we already know that Giga Drain's not gonna work. Or at least it won't one-shot, unless crit. Rixie is coming in clutch somehow. I'm impressed. That high HP count really does help out with her. Defense Letty. Even if I were to survive a hit, I don't think I would do enough damage to outpace her. But I could probably do something with, like, Giga Drain. At least she's faster. HP raised by big girl points. Amnesia is problematic because unfortunately, all of my Bonicas are indeed, they're all special users, so like, I know that Lorelei is probably gonna heal her up if I don't do things a certain way, so I see that Letty's setting up for like defense strats, so that's gonna be fun. Unless Giga Drain crits, it will put her in a state where she's gonna have to heal. This could mean that Letty can't do too much damage against me, so there's that going for me. I think so. Lorelei only has the one full restore. All right then. Mai is an ice. I think she's an ice type, but she's not like water, or she's not of a type that I think I can do much with. Ice, dark. That might be it, because I think Shadow Ball. I think ghost types can't hit darks, so that's good to know. And I got frozen. If that's the case, then Critter could take care of this without consequence. I kind of assumed as much. Alright, let's use the other better move then. Mai's got defenses that I'm not realizing she has. There's the full restore. I was wondering when she'd use it. So that means regardless of what I do, Mana Burst isn't gonna one-shot unless like I get lucky or something, so... Critter be coming in clutch. So last one, something you can deal with. Kind of? Oh wait, no, I can't use Mana Burst. That probably would have two-shot at least. So I'm gonna have to use Giga Drain. This probably won't. Might not do it. Yeah. Citrus Root is annoying, but Mana Burst should do it. By the skin of my teeth, I beat Lorelei, even with like my bad starting hand. It costed like most of my team, but I did it. Oh no. Winning off of like clutch HP counts is the Touhoumon experience, because like everyone's stat totals are so balanced that that's a realistic possibility that you end up going through. Good thing I bought a bunch of max potions. I'm just hoping I don't have to go through all of them before I get to the champion, because that's gonna suck if I run out by the time I get to it. I know that the next one's Bruno, and as much as we meme Bruno here, he can be problematic with his dream Pokemon if you don't have the right matchups for him. He could find opportunities to sweep. So let's see if we can get a critter on the field to actually do some damage. This might be a mistake because I think last time I tried doing this, it wasn't the right lead up either, but we'll see. Okay, so like, I've used S-Mailing in my own playthrough. The interesting quirk about her is that the only thing that changes between her and her normal form is that her speed stat gets slightly higher than, like, anything else. That's about it. Everything else is the same, so... This might one-shot. It might not. We'll see. Okay, that's good. There's the hard reason one. I still don't have a real way to deal with her. So I might have to just deal with her the same way I've always tried. Just kind of throw something and hope it works. Energy Ball. Ow. That's supposed to have like an accuracy of 80, so there is a decent chance you could land a second one if I'm not careful. Let's at least put you in a range where you can't be healed. You critter should survive that. Yeah. And then just Mana Burst for the win. Okay, so at this point, I think it's safe that we can now just switch over to Rixie or Lucky. One of the two is good against her because of the circumstances with her moveset. So I'm gonna go with we're gonna go with Rixie and we're gonna see how this plays out. That is the steel move. And it hurts. Come to think of it, Yugi might outspeed. Thankfully she didn't, but I know that Meteor Mash is gonna KO Rixie based on how much damage that did. She could get clutched like low health, but we'll see about that. And she clutches. Mana Burst. We're not gonna get that much HP from Giga Drain anyway, so might as well. This is the other Tiny I was talking about when I said, like, there could be a potential other Earth type in it. If Yugi wasn't fast, Tiny would be. I have, like, one thing I could deal with her with, but we're gonna have to hope that Tiny doesn't have a grass move. She might not have a nature move, but it should be effective. I think she's Earth type. Like, I don't think she's anything else. Yeah, she's Earth type. Given her attack nature, this should one-shot. If not, at least put her on the red. Trying to go for Thunder Wave on me. That's funny. Unless that's like, Tiny just doesn't have a move to deal with Quagmire, in which case that's awesome. Sarah. Sarah is a... I don't know. I don't fight Sarah enough to remember her type matchups. I just know that a lot of my... She does surprisingly a lot for her stature. But we'll see. That is not good. I'm faster than her though, so like, at the very least I should be able to out damage her eventually. It's just that her high HP and probably defensive stats are what's keeping her alive. Alright, well I'm gonna get one shot by whatever she does here, so let me just at least do a bit more damage. I think I tried this before where I sent Critter in to deal with her and I found out that like the damage threshold wasn't enough or that she wasn't the right type. We'll see. Alright, it was just enough. Ghost is up next with Agatha, so that's gonna be fun. I don't know if, like, she leads off with a Ghost or if she leads off with a Dark to, like, counterplay people who throw the Ghost out first. And if she does, there is a good chance that Rixie could get not one shot, but, like, damage dealt to her because of the tight matchups. I only have enough revives for like very select situations, so I probably should have just came here with more of them, to be honest. That's my problem, and if I end up losing because I lost a Bonica amount of times where I don't have it. Yeah, I keep underestimating Rixie's potential because, like, I would look at her stats and I'd be like, they're not that, her defenses aren't that impressive. And then I would realize, like, her HP is what's keeping her alive, and that's why I have to stop considering that possibility. I'm gonna restore Giga Drain's MP or PP for the sake of just doing it. All I know is that if it's not like Kogasa that they lead off with, Rixie's Shadow Boss should one-shot most weaker defensive types. Because, like, Rixie's damage her special is redonkulous in terms of how much it has at this point. Let me see, the Runel's good. I haven't used Marissa at all, so that's neato, I suppose. We're gonna lead off with Rixie. We're gonna see how this plays out. I don't really have a lot of opportunities to deal with ghost types, so I'm hoping like whatever secondary type they have is gonna be what carries. Agatha was the weird one in Gen 1 because, like, I would argue she's more of a poison type than a ghost type. But I also understand the circumstances. It's weird. Yeah, she led off with a dark type. Okay. We'll see how this plays out. Ooh, that crit. Yoma is a steel type. I know that much. She's a ghost steel type, so like, I could send in possibly Marissa to deal with her, and then like, if I'm lucky and I can get the... If I'm lucky and Yomu doesn't have a priority move, in the off chance she does too much damage to Marissa, then I could probably sweep the rest of the team with just her. That is on the assumption that Marissa outspeeds her, which up until this point she was able to, but the situation could be different. Alright then, I'll be dying while this is happening. Alright, this should be a sweep. That is not a sweep, but at least you got paralyzed. Thankfully it was not a move that could actually hurt me. That might actually have an effect. I'm gonna hope that flamethrower at least does just enough that it KOs her. It was. Thank goodness. All right. She's gonna heal up after this. That's gonna be a problem. Okay. This might do it. Hopefully. Maybe. Alright, thank goodness. I only have enough for 3 more max heals, and if I don't deal with whatever comes up next, I don't know, like, it could be the end. Like, to lose one specific, to lose any one Bonica before I get to Gary's fight is detrimental because that could be... It could be disastrous in the off chance of, like, something just doesn't go right and I don't have the person I need to deal with the situation at hand. I like to say that, Lance is a Faith user because Dragon types aren't inherently in the game, but Faith Bonicas are. So, I'm gonna have to lead off with Critter and hope that, whatever she runs into can be dealt with relatively fine. If not, then it might be the end of the run. Which will be fine because that'll give me opportunity to, like, reacquaint myself with stuff. So, let's go ahead and see what it could possibly be that I have to deal with. I really wish I had bought more revives. I should have just done that before coming here, but I spent that money on tokens, so, like, it is what it is. How much money do I have on me? A bit amount. I'll probably just reload the save, though. Let's do it. Flying Bonicas. Marissa could possibly do things here. The worst thing she would run into is, like, Tenma. But outside of that, she could probably deal with most others. Aya outspeeds. That is a problem. Or rather, she doesn't outspeed now, but she has speed boost, so she will outspeed eventually. I'm hoping this isn't in the range in which you could, one-shot, or I could, or like Lance won't heal her, so let's see. Alright. Aya's never really had the best offenses, so this was fine enough. A little bit closer than I wanted, but it works. I think I outspeed Reimu. This might not one-shot, we'll see. I think Reimu has, like, a better defense proc. Yeah. If not a defense thing, then a health thing. But Reimu is in a position where Lance has to heal, so Marissa could possibly sweep the rest of the team right here, even with the rock slide. We'll see. Reimu not being weak to discharge is concerning, so that means that this could be it. Yeah. Wait, so Reimu is not a flying type. Then again, Reimu could be fake flying, and that's why it didn't work. Alright then. they had given Yorihime Thunderbolt, I probably could have done more here, but I don't have that option. I don't really have any other idea what to lead off with, so I'm just kind of winging it. At the very least, Lucky could deal with Reimu. You are flying Reason, so we're gonna have to switch over to something else. And because you're a Reason, that means I can't switch to... I can't switch to Yorihime because then you could get destroyed by that offense. So we're gonna do Rixie and we're gonna see how this goes. She could survive this. She's a tech type, so she could have like better defenses. If she doesn't get healed by Lance, then this could be problematic. The burn doesn't help. It does not help at all. Gengetsu, I don't know what she is. She could just be pure flying for all I know. In any case, I'm gonna let Mixie take this because I don't want to risk switching into something I don't want to deal with. Ow. You are like dark something or other because Faith actually hits. But you are fast-ish, so... Lance is probably gonna heal now. Oh wait, no. This should do it. Who's the last person? What am I dealing with? I think it's fair game. Unless she gets like a crit with a flying move or something. Even better, she has to actually use Solar Beam. We did it! Still can't believe my Flyers lost to you. You're now the Bonica League champion, or you would have been, but you have one more challenge left. One more trainer to face. His name is Gary. He beat D-Elite 4, so he's the real champion. I have just enough healing items to actually get a full team in. That's crazy. Oh, calm down there, Drift. I don't need you to mess with me right now. I haven't found opportunities to use Yorihime, which kind of sucks. I probably could have used her against Gengetsu, but Quagmire was able to take care of that just fine. Somehow. Who needs healing on Poke Points? You're fine. Nope, I think everyone's good. Alright, here, let me change one thing about her. Alright, so I know for a fact that Goliath leads. So Critter has to take care of Goliath now. Like, I can't not have her not deal with her, because if she doesn't and Goliath takes her out, then it means I have to switch someone else in, and that's gonna be problems. Best case scenario for Gary is that I have a repeat of the actual fight outside where I was able to sweep everyone with Marissa. We'll see how that plays out. I have doubted Marissa's ability to outspeed everything that she's faced, and she was able to do that in stride, so I'm hoping she's able to do it once more. But I am gonna go to the bathroom. I will be right back. But then when I come back, it will be time. So give me a second. Alright, I got a drink. And I'm ready to finish this. At least. No, we're gonna finish this. We are. Gotta get psyched. Hyped up! Ah! Let me just check and see if audio's good. Alright. Let's do it. Critter is out front, and everyone else should be adequately prepared. I like the music. Like, I really love the champion music. It sticks to the Toho principles of it being familiar, but also being a remix. So, I hope you guys enjoy it. Okay, let's do it. There's the level 55. Alright, Critter, you gotta prove me right. Actually KO this thing. And we're back to square one again. At least she swords dance, so I could actually deal with her. Unless she has like a priority move. Ooh, that crit! You love to see it. I can't have you causing me problems. You could swords dance, and then that would be bad. So, let's just see what we do. But then again, you're a special user. You wouldn't swords dance even if you tried. I already know who to switch in next once should Tui actually take me out, which would be ironic considering the context. You shouldn't have something to deal with like me, at least on a fundamental level, probably. Maybe water pulse or a water move, but it shouldn't one shot, unless crit. Alright, let's do it. That's... You love to see the crits. You're gonna heal up. So that means I could switch in. I mean, I would have switched in Critter, but she actually can't do with that right now. You might have Energy Light, so I can't switch. Wait, no, I can because you're gonna heal up. So we'll try that. I'm pretty sure she's a wind type. No, she's not. Alright, I fucked up. It's all good though. We'll improvise. So then she's like, what would she be? That damage booster is gonna be a pain in the ass to deal with. Let me think for a second. Blizzard would do more, but it has a chance of missing, so I don't want to take that risk. One health. It's not enough to do, like, the finisher, though. What are you? I gotta save Lucky for last, cause like, I know who the last one is, and Urahime cannot deal with her. You're gonna one-shot her though because of your boosted thing. Okay, so I could use Calm Mind and like the special defense would be just enough that she survives. And it might be enough to put her in KO status. No. You are water type then, so that's where my mistake was. And the reason that Marista didn't... Okay, that makes more sense. Bruh. Lucky's, luck, I guess, precedes me. Alright. Best case scenario is that, against Lucky, it would be a 2-hit. Possibly 3-hit from Reimu, depending on the circumstance. She might lead off with Tailwind, and then that would be where things change. So let's just hope that I can at least do a 2-hitter. The next move Reimu uses could one-shot depending on the circumstance. Poison Bomb has to be a range for it to be a KO, because Reimu could very well survive with less health. Nah. I will say I was close though. think the thing I would have changed from this fight is I would use Marissa to an extent, but then I would have to switch over to no. I already dealt with half for team when I used Critter. I would switch over to possibly Lucky, deal with whatever the last opponent she deals with is, like Tui. And then she would have to switch, Gary would switch in Reimu because switching in Sane would be disastrous on his end. So then I would just switch over to a respective Bonica to deal with her. Possibly Marissa, considering she's faster than Reimu, and she is a flying type, so at least if Discharge doesn't one-shot her, it would at least do enough damage to matter. Because by that point, she would have to heal up. She would have to spend a turn to heal, and then that's when I would get the consistency in the kill. I'm gonna reset because I did lose more items than I gained from money, so let's go ahead and do that. The fact that I'm close just means that it just makes me want to give it one more try, so I'm gonna see if I can do that. I try not to save before dealing with the... I try not to save before every Elite Four fight because I don't know what the contextual situation is going to turn out, so there is a good probability that I would, like, waste more items in one fight, save, and then not have enough items to deal with the later fights. Plus, if I have an idea of what I'm doing, then I can at least be more consistent with my strats and would mitigate as much casualties as possible. That's my logic. Let's get rid of this Scarred spec. So Lorelei leads off with Nitori, so I will just start off with... I'll keep Lucky out and we'll see where this goes. Let me just save again because I did buy more items. Let's see how fast I go through this. If Nitori doesn't get the flinch waterfall again, then I could actually start doing things. God, I love the crits. You are weak to surf. What are you? You're probably like fire or something, like ice fire. Something absurd. But I also know that your offenses aren't that great, so Lucky could probably survive at least one more hit. The amnesia is annoying though, so I'm gonna have to hope that we are still able to do enough on our end. You're an earth type, so you're ice earth. Which means... Okay, so that's gonna put her in heal range, so... Let's see how much... Let's see how long I can stall out this fight. That would be funny. The amnesias are annoying, though, I will say that much. But realistically, she only has 10 Poke points to do Ice Beam with, so she will run out eventually. And then I can just switch into, like, even if Lucky gets KO'd by her somehow, I could just switch into Rixie, who also has Levitate, and then she would have nothing to do against me for the remainder of the time that she's there, which would be hilarious. Alright, I already have a feeling Lorelei isn't gonna heal her again this early, so she might save that for a later encounter. The Ice Beam might put Lucky in the red zone, or it could kill her, one of the two. Alright, it went with the latter. Quagmire should do it. I appreciate how Earth attacks aren't weak to ice, so it's just straight up a resistance with her. It's awesome. Water poison. And you probably have something that could actually deal damage to Quagmire, so... we'll see how it plays out. I say water poison, but like, the irony of Cernal is that if they had kept her normal form, like her base evolution, then she would have speed boost. So she would eventually outspeed Critter. She doesn't though, so that sucks for her. Bro's using Endure. I see how it is. Alright, this may or may not be fair game. Alright, it's fair game. You don't outspeed Critter. You can't do anything. And just with one modification, the whole team went from an almost wipe to very minimal casualties. Bruno leads off with meleeing, so Critter can one-shot him, which should at least deal with her easily. The rest is going to be up for debate. This one was just a fair trade, so I'm pretty sure it's going to happen the same way again. Depending on whether or not No, I can't get additional effects because, like, her advent prevents that, so nothing would change out of this fight no matter what. Unless, like, I guess if Koichi got a crit, but... Speaking of... I tried dealing with Yugi by switching in last time, and she used a offensive fighting move, so it's probably better to just keep Critter in and take the hit, depending. We'll see. Yeah, it was. Alright. You have a lot of health, so I assumed you would survive that. Reason and Dark hits you, so... Rixie could probably be fine. You are going to get healed by Bruno regardless of the circumstance, which is going to be a shame. But at least the special defense drop will make this a bit faster. Of course, Rixie is just gonna show off per the course. Last time you did a dark move, and that did a lot of damage, so I'm expecting the same result here. She might survive it, though. I would be impressed if she does. Or Tiny will do the stupid thing. Alright, so now he has to use, like, Crush Claw. He can't use anything else at this point. It has been fun. But your history. I like that just at the end of the day, it's still Bruno, so like, even as long as you know how to do things a certain way, you'll find that he still gets swept by Critter of all things. Fighting types will never beat the psychic type allegations, it just won't happen. So we know the next one is Dark Miasma, so Critter can stay in and actually one-shot the Remiya, and then we can just go to places with that. How much Poke Points does she have? 4? Alright, let's heal that up. Let's just check on everyone else while we're at it. See where they are. Lucky's gonna need a booster, so let's give her that. Alright, let's do it. You are the poison, so goodbye. I still don't know what your weakness is. You have a weakness. I know you have a weakness. I just don't know what it is. It could be faith for all I know. I also know that if I put your health down to red, you get like an offense, you get like a speed boost or something, so that's gonna suck. Thankfully, you did just enough so that I could actually, next hit will actually do something. Crit was not needed, but I appreciate the gesture. Okay, Creator is just flexing. She's just flexing right now. I have, like, no idea what's going on. The confusion sucks. I think in the next, unless Creator surprises me again, the next one will put Yuyuko in the red, and then Agatha will heal her. That does mean I could switch into my Yuyuko and possibly do serious damage, if the situation allows it. Let's see if I'm correct on my assumption. No, that's gonna put you at, like, health. I have a decent faith that you might outspeed yourself. Rixie, let's see. Yeah, the IVs helped out with, or the EVs helped out with that. That's good. Either that or it was a 50-50 chance, and somehow Rixie got lucky again. So. You think if I named my character Rixie when playing, if I name myself Rixie when I go back to Spooky's Jumpscare Mansion, do you think I'll actually make it to floor 50,000 with my insane precision, aerodynamics, and luck? We know that the first person he sends out is gonna be Aya, so you would be weak to like ice and steel moves, so your Himi could actually do something for once. Provided your Himi doesn't get destroyed by Aya's Tailwind, or whatever physical move she decides to utilize. I don't know if steel is effective against electric type, so that's another thing. It could just be that Aya is weak to it could just be that Aya is weak to ice moves only. I have a hunch she is weak to steel moves, so like I feel like that might have been the change that occurred. In any case, Yorihime hasn't done anything, so I wanted to do something. And then I'll just improvise whatever happens with Aya. Okay, yeah, she does. It may not be a one-shot in this current state, but I don't really need her to put her in a position where she could get healed by Lancey Boy. There we go, that's perfect. Reimu is the one that gives me the trouble last time. Please let it not be the same situation again. Alright, Yorihime is actually proving her slack. Unfortunately, I don't have a super effective move on you, so I'm gonna switch over to Quagmire. Because you're probably going to use a fire move. Or a dream move, I guess. That's a decision. It's not going to two-shot Quagmire, so... yeah. Yours a dark flying one. But I was able to deal damage with you relatively fine last time, so it should be the same here. This could put you in the red, or this could KO. One of the... oh, it's gonna KO. Brave Bird will put her down a peg. Yeah. You brought this on yourself. You're no problem. Even if you healed her right now, it's still over because I still outspeed. Try as he might, he cannot avoid the inevitable. Okay, so if I wasn't able to one-shot Goliath, I would probably be able to do it now because of the leveling. Even then, Goliath went for like Swords Dance, so that was her mistake. And we managed to do this with even less casualties than last time, and I'm kind of happy, and I'm really happy about that. Let's go ahead and give like one last inspection on everyone's PP, and then we'll see what needs to be done with this fight. We're gonna lead off with Critter, and I'm hoping she'll make us proud. Still not enough. And Goliath went for an actual move once. That's the problem. Thankfully it wasn't the Bracer, because otherwise that one would have actually one-shot Critter right then and there. Gary's gonna waste his time to heal, so that puts me in a position to actually get rid of Goliath before she does anything bad. So it was a range. That's good to know. Alright. I think I critted last time. So I should be able to at least do something against Yorihime. You did your part, Critter, but now we gotta send someone else to deal with the mess. I don't want to send out Marissa too soon, because then they're gonna send out Sanae, and that's gonna mess things up. So we're gonna send out, we're gonna do the funny thing. It won't one-shot things, but it'll at least do a lot of damage. It might one-shot Tui though. That much is certain. She's gonna lead off with Reimu. But this should. I don't want to believe Reimu is faster. This should do it. Yeah. I have the backup flamethrower, so let's do it. And now part of me is kind of glad I did choose flamethrower and not thunderbolt, because I would have not done as much as I wanted to. Alright, so we know that the Sonae is still in reserve, so she has an item that boosts her offenses, and then Gary's gonna heal her after that point, so I gotta be a bit considerate about the damage I deal. She still has one more person though, and I forget that it's Kogasa. I should be able to one-shot her with nasty plotted attacks. I think I did that last time. She could use Thunder Wave, in which case that's bad, but I think an offensive move probably wouldn't one-shot Marista, even if it was Surf. Yeah. Last time I used Discharge, it wasn't enough, but Flamethrower should be enough. I need to do just enough so that Sonae doesn't get into a position where she will use her item. I probably could have just done Flamethrower for more damage, but I feel like it might have been a bit too much. Maybe I overcorrected. We'll see how that plays out. Alright, Lucky, this is your time to shine. Depending on how it looks, you could one-shot Sonae right here and there, or you'll put her in a position where she'll be in the red zone, and then she'll use her item. Or the funniest it could happen where she misses again. That'd be awesome. It's over, PK. Next time, it's gonna be Super Mario Eclipse. So look forward to that stream. We'll come back for Tohomon's post game another time because it's a lot to unpack. Like it's not. I'll just simply say it's not just the Sevi Islands that we got to go through because I do have to do that for plot reasons, but there's more to it than that. 27 hours I've spent playing this. And I'm not even nowhere near done yet. I had said it before, but like, this mod, or this ROM hack, it was made by two people it was made by two people. The original Chinese version of the ROM hack was done by the original person, and, it was a horribly unbalanced game when it was revealed to the public. So what ended up happening was a situation of like, it came out, people hated it, and it was just kind of there for a while, and not many people really tried it out. Achihiya Sanae, which is the person who decided to remod or repackage the game, they went out of their way to patch up the ROM hack in a way where it is actually playable. They still tried to maintain the relative difficulty feeling it had initially, so things like the Versus Seeker was removed entirely. But criticisms by playtesters and other people in the community ensured that things were at least be a bit more fair, so the VS Seeker was brought back among other minor details. So, this is the final version of all that work that they went into. Like, I haven't talked about the post-game yet because it really is a lot to unpack, but I'll just say that the amount of work the original ROM hacker did, and the people who updated the content, it is a testament of, like, how much ahead of the time the Chinese ROM hacker was when he was ROM hacking this game, because this was in development for, like, the early eras of Pokemon ROM hacking. Like, it's kind of insane what he was able to get away with. And to make it, for someone to come in and put it back in a state where people can actually enjoy it for what it is, I think that's something there is something worth appreciating about this ROM hack, which is why I decided to stream it, because, I don't, like, yeah, more ROM hacks have come out that have become far more impressive with the stuff they did, but, like, this one was just a different league. It kind of just, it set up so much of what would, it set up a lot of what other ROM hacks would do later on. So, I feel like that's worth looking into before I ever decide to do other ROM hacks that does far more than this. Even with the limitations of GBA, they're still able to make what they made. But that's it for what was it called? Tohomon Puppet Play Reloaded. So, to everyone who showed up for my live streams, and to the people who, like, actually stuck around to the end, or at least just came in and out and such, I do appreciate all of you for showing up, because, it's one thing for me to stream these on my own, but it's another thing when I have someone who actually enjoys watching what I do. even if I'm like, regardless of any circumstantial stuff that I feel like I could be better at, but I still appreciate it nonetheless. So, thanks for being here, man, and thanks to everyone else. I'm gonna come back next Wednesday with Mario Eclipse. I played a bit of it on stream for an hour, so I'm ready to get into the rest of it because it's another mod that I think is worth looking into because I think it's great. Like it's kind of like it really is the definitive answer for whether or not Mario Sunshine's expansion pass would look like, and this would be it. So look forward to seeing more of that when we get to it, because I do have to play through the base game, but there is definitely more to that game as well that you're going to be seeing in full force, because it's just a lot of novelty stuff and then some. So I'm going to end the stream right now. Once again, thanks everyone for being here. I hope you guys have a good rest of your week. And for you, PK, I'll talk to you soon. Then I'll be looking forward to that the stream we do tomorrow. And for anyone else who watches this later on, I hope you guys enjoy the rest of your days and enjoy the future stream stuff I upload, among other things. So see ya, man. See you, everyone. Take care.